Alrighty, well, it is the night before pre-order open beta. Time has flown, huh? It's been, since May 8th, I guess, is when I got my beta key, so today's the, June 30th, so, 52 days, something like that? Not quite 2 months. Just kind of went by in a flash. Also, it is a little toasty in the office here. Yeah. Turn the fan up to actually full blast. That makes all the difference in the world going from 7 to 10 on the fan. Alright. Well, I guess we would be remiss if we didn't, Oh, we're just running 30 seconds late to the party to get an extra instance charge in. Rip. But, alright, whatever. Doesn't matter. Solo, non-respawning. Yeah, whatever. Let's go just do a quick, we'll do some bees and an EOV and, what do we want to do tonight? I don't know. Like, I'm kind of just feeling, take it easy tonight. Hey, Jintu, good evening. Make ready your breakfast and eat hearty for tomorrow. We re-roll on Freeport. I figure open beta will be reasonably relaxed for me. We'll be focused on basically trying out whatever kind of new features get added in along the way, like additional spell upgrades, things like that. This enchanter action hint at starting classes. It's just for sky farming. If we were gonna go back and do like Plane of Hate or something, I would switch to Berserker for sure. I still want to decide what to do with these invocations. Also, is there a... I don't think I... there's no way to reorganize those, unfortunately. But, at least on actual release, yeah. We'll be starting, Paladin, Cleric, Zerker. Though, yeah, Enchanter will be the next class in line that gets leveled all the way to 50. And although, Wizard and Druid will absolutely get leveled to 25 while we're in the middle of the leveling process. I have a question on weapons. Progression plan look like while leveling. Deepwater Harpoon right off the bat. That will probably last. If we can cheese it. Deepwater Harpoon off the bat. Because if the cheese is doable, that's obtainable at level 1. Otherwise, Befallen weapons, like... the cheese is to hail Sentry Zyron and stop her from running up the cliff and getting herself killed by specters. Which, by the way, is a thing we will be testing tomorrow as part of our reroll process. You know what? I'm okay to just leave Gorg alone for right now. I don't feel the need to bother her. Keeper of Souls. I think we can. I don't think we need to bother him or her or whatever right now. Failing that, Berserker enables Ebon Scythe from Befallen. It's not Paladin usable, but it is Berserker usable. Plus whatever other weaponry is in Befallen, like the various enchanted fine steel weapons, like the mace, the long sword, bone-bladed claymore. You know, all the Befallen weaponry is pretty obtainable in the 15 to 20-ish range. Moonlight Stoner, good evening. Yeah, can't wait to play. I bet. Oh, thank you for that follow right there. Glad to have you on board. Befallen weaponry will last all the way to Soulfire, which will probably come online at about 40. I mean, give or take for other stuff getting revamped in the interim, like Split Paw getting revamped. You know, that might add something new because that's going to be level probably level equivalent similar to Guck-ish, or maybe a little lower, like 20 to 40, something like that. And, we'll find out when we get there. So, pending other revamp stuff, yeah. Befallen / Deepwater Harpoon lasts until Soulfire. Soulfire comes online at about 35 to 40. Soulfire lasts until Fiery Avenger. Fiery Avenger lasts until we get like a Baton of the Sky or some other new pinnacle gear becomes available. Then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. All right, Bzazzed. Let's get a little careful here. There we go. And Doc Retired, hello, welcome to the program. Oh, I see a bot in chat. Let's go ahead and ban the bot. Haven't actually had a bot problem in a hot minute. All right, Doc Retire. Finally able to catch a stream. Jokingly, but you've ruined me from starting any other class. I will take that as a compliment. You've turned... Alright, yeah, I am doing the Lord's work, apparently. And by the Lord, I mean, actually, the lady, Erelisi. Oops. Alright, that one's... Alright, careful. There we go. Pacified. And, a little closer. There we go. Get the big guy. Pull the big bee. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Bees are just not that hard once you know how to do them. Did I not? Oh, did I interrupt my own tash? I apparently interrupted my own tash. That's a... Come on. Zip. There we go. Also, yeah, hard having not played Legends yet to get your brain around farming Zacatl early. Yeah, I mean, when I first dug into the game, some 52 odd days ago, yeah, the idea of fighting yellow and red cons was just totally foreign to me. Or I should say, the idea of fighting yellow and red cons solo was totally foreign to me. And Mithril two-hand basically too late. I never even dropped a Mithril two-hander. Honestly, by the time you get a Mithril two-hander, I mean, because I think the drop rate on that is just kind of bad. Because I killed a lot of Froglot Kings, got a whole lot of Froglot Crowns, never got the sword. So I guess, I mean, if you get it, cool. Plus, also, don't forget, you can just put the Mithril two-hander in any slot and just wear it as a haste item. Because that one just has haste as a stat. Instead of certain other weapons that have it as a spell proc. Oh, did I pull the wrong bee? Oh, jeez. Holy, what the? Did I pull the wrong bee? I must have, because we got... We just got kind of Shrek'd there. We got Shrek'd before I even realized what could happen, what was going on there. I didn't even have a chance to cast AoE Mez. That was weird. Yeah, I must have pulled the wrong... No, because I thought we were fighting... Oh, we were fighting the big bee, weren't we? Did I? Yeah, I must have messed up. Yeah. Well, yeah, because, yep, Warn Haste and Spell Haste stack. Yep. With changes to PR, have you had to adjust your strategy? Not really. So the big thing, though, with PR is... actually, let's go ahead and just invert that. Big thing with PR is you will need to feed a lot of motes to the spell to get it back up to where it was before. You have to get it up to like rank 8 or 10 to make it comparable to what it was pre-nerf. Which part of that then is when you first get it at 39, it's borderline uncastable unless you've been banking motes for a while and you just dump a crap ton of motes into it right off the bat. Admittedly, you get it up to like 5 or like plus 5, plus 6. That is not a huge investment. And that will probably make it at least usable, if not necessarily optimal. And Popper Panzer, good evening. And Dog Doc, good evening. Welcome to the program. I know what time tomorrow they have not said. So I do not know. Wait, 3 p.m. launch? Is that what they said? Did they actually put that out as a news goodie? News and update. Okay. Okay. Oh, they just put that out actually in the like 3 minutes ago. Okay. Pre-order. Okay. Yeah. July 1st at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Full producer's letter. You know what? Let's actually ooh, come on. Come on. If this tab will thank you. Now let's actually get this up on screen here. So we'll, yeah, since they just posted this 3 minutes ago. So good timing here. I know you deserve all the bad things that happen in game due to your need to play in first person. And Inia, good evening. Wingspear also. Let's see. How was your day? I mean, it was a little hot today. I was just working all day. So let's see here. Hail Norathians. We're excited to announce that the pre-order open beta servers are scheduled to open Wednesday, July 1st, 2026 at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Let the fireworks begin. We also have a fun live stream event planned for Friday, July 3rd at noon Pacific, 3 Eastern with special guests Slipknot and Chalkmarrow along with Sisyphus, Moth, and Brass. We'll be recounting tales of the past, talking about the plans we have for the future, and sharing how an all-Ixar PvP guild called Harbingers of Thule served as the original inspiration for EQ Legends. Okay, interesting. As we prepare to open the pre-order beta servers, I'd like to encourage everybody to have fun and be patient. We will do our best to manage the traffic as folks enter the game, but you should reasonably expect that there may be some delays at peak times over the weekend. And while the game is very close to launch ready, this is still a beta, and we are continuing to do balance passes, completing new features like spell upgrades, revamping dungeons, and fixing bugs. The game is already amazing. Yes, it is. And it's only going to get better. To that end, we'll be releasing a post-launch roadmap soon, which will outline the plans we have for housing, a player auction house, Nectropos Castle in the fall, Kunark in the winter, and much more. Finally, I want to express how excited we are for everybody to join us in the game. Daybreak and Game John have worked incredibly hard to bring you a new way of experiencing Norath. Our goals from the beginning were to capture the feeling of original EverQuest while respecting your time and accommodating as many different playstyles as possible. I believe we've hit the mark, and we can't wait to explore the world of Norath in the future of EverQuest Legends with all of you. Cheers. David Sisyphus Yousefi, Executive Producer. So, okay. There you go. Me at work, have to wait a few hours. Yep, that's, yeah, just remember, you know, there will be a server wipe at the between open beta and actual release. So you know, it's not like there is a you know, race to stuff on open beta here. So yeah, just you know, relax, smell the roses, try stuff out. Don't feel compelled to poop sock your way through everything. Though if you want to poop sock your way through everything, you know, you do you. God knows I have certainly been poop socking pretty hard myself the last, you know, almost 2 months here. Yeah, practice race for the real race. Yep. Farm Befallen for 20 hours. Yep, pretty much. Oh, Vincent Spice. Hello. Welcome, welcome. This test server, the test server is getting mothballed. It will become the permanent test server, so it is not getting wiped, but it is getting paused and locked for some amount of time. So, you know, people who've been on closed beta will be able to pick up where they left off eventually, but not tomorrow. So, yep, I will be re-rolling on Freeport. All right, let me go. All right, let's go back to the B Island and see what we did wrong, because should have only, if I had done things correctly, it would have only spawned one red con bee. So yeah, I must have pulled one of the small bees by mistake. I got my Fiery Avenger to +6. You know, the process of trying to get it to like 7 and beyond is just, you know, not really. Oh, yeah, that is what happened, because that's the big bee that I had intended to pull. These are, yeah, we got 3. All right, so what we're gonna do to fix our mistake. Let me rephrase that. What we are going to try to do. This may or may not work. Because those things. Let's try to air Actually, we're gonna go ahead and invert this just to see if we can. Okay, we're out of range. We haven't aggroed anything yet. That's good. All right, pacified. We're gonna go pacify the other small bee. Okay. Pacified. All right, we got the actual big bee on target this time. For real this time. So we'll just pull it to this corner of the... There we go. Let's see. When you get it to the point of Fiery Defender, what happens to all the upgrades? The upgrades just disappear. Because you hand in your Fiery Avenger, and, you know, it's just used as a quest turn-in. It's not like the item itself gets upgraded. It gets turned in and you get something better back. So, got your Free to Great Staff based. Better late than never. Just like maybe we'll finally get our Cleric beat stick tonight. You know, better late than never. Or maybe we'll get our Bixie sword off of off the bee here. Yeah, if it carried over, I mean, you can. I mean, it makes sense why it can't, because you would just be able to basically pre-farm your Avenger up to +10, you know, over the course of months, and then just upgrade it straight into a you know, +10 Defender, which would just be kind of goofy, especially compared to every other class that does not have an equivalent opportunity. You know, Paladin is kind of in a unique position. Also, other thing I was gonna comment on, by the way, about the promised renewal nerfs was, you know, something I'd said before was, you know, Cleric basically got to 39, peaked immediately, and had almost nothing to look forward to. After that, I mean, sure, you get Ward of the Divine at 50, which is cool and all. It's a great spell. But, you know, core Cleric functionality, you get to 39, you buy PR off the vendor. Congratulations. That's all the power you will ever get out of Cleric. Now, yeah, you get PR at 39. You, depending on how many motes you have laying around to buff it up, it may or may not be usable just yet. You may have to grow into it. And your other spells will actually retain value in the interim until you either upgrade the spell or upgrade your mana pool until to the point where PR actually becomes cost effective. Also at 39, you probably don't have the hit points to justify. I mean, unless you're leveling Cleric as a, you know, as a subsequent class, not your first trio. But for, yeah, 900 mana, you probably don't have the hit points to justify spending that much mana on one spell at level 39. So it is something you kind of grow into. So, you know, just in case any... Oh, also, by the way, Dog Doc, thanks for that follow a few minutes ago. I think it happened while I was kind of reading the producer's letter, but thank you for that. Videos about farming motes. Yep, just save motes and buff it. Yeah, and spells are so much more efficient to level up because motes keep working on the powers of 2 system all the way to +10. So if you've got a stack of +5s, from like doing Befallen +4 or something, yeah, you could probably crank it up till, you know, like +8 or something and make it usable. But yeah, you're gonna have to invest in that spell in order to make it work, as opposed to pretty much every other spell in the game works well enough right out of the box, and upgrades are a bonus. You know, like having slow last 4 or 5 minutes is a nice bonus. Not strictly necessary. But, you know, honestly, the best part about having Shiftless Deeds last 4 minutes is just not having to recast it. You know, even when it's only like at tier 0 with spellcasting mastery and specialization, mana pres focus, because it is only a level 41 spell, by the way, so mana pres 2 is all you need. You know, it gets the mana cost down to like 150 or whatever, 135, something like that. You know, but it might only be 135 mana. But on a long fight when you have to recast it 3 or 4 or 5 times, you know, 500 mana ain't nothing. You don't think Ward of the Vine is something to look forward to? Oh, it absolutely is. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a great spell. Bixie Essence, we don't need that. Yeah, no, it's a... it is a great spell, but... you know, it's... Though it is a... I mean, it's a great spell in the context of Legends, where you are more than just a cleric. Because this is like what I said in my spell rundown video, was in the context of vanilla EQ, like if the cleric is getting hit to be able to trigger a defensive proc buff, something has already gone wrong. And, you know, the last thing the cleric wants when getting hit is to trigger more aggro from proccing nukes. So it's a far better spell here than in vanilla. Yeah, you got both. Hey, Jam Man. Sparked your first banner. Based. Yup. Unsure of who to spark. Shoot me a... there's a lot of good choices. And also, yeah, I had to spark the banner also. Megan Mare showed up at, like, roll, I don't know, 20 or 30 or something. Europa didn't show up until 270. So I ended up grabbing Walfrid just because he was the only character on the banner that I did not already have. I would say if you don't have Horse yet, I would probably grab her, just because Zodiacs are a bit more restrictive than standard Grand characters. You know, you have to get the Zodiac during their year, because they will disappear from the pool for the next year. Let's see what you got going on. Let's see here. Yeah. Yep, Sandy. I mean, those are all good choices. Percival is just core for fire. Mikaboshi is likewise. Sandalphon is mostly there for his weapon, more so. He is a good character, but kind of doesn't fit into any of the light meta. Caesar hasn't really had a chance to shine. He has a good weapon, though. As a character, he does good stuff, but again, kind of doesn't have a niche in the meta. Luo, weapon is respectable, but getting to be a little outdated. As a character, also, likewise, has some kind of niche meme usage, but is otherwise kind of a victim of power creep. Sariel is quite good, especially for brick farming. Also, his weapon is great. Fediel is great. Uriel is great. Medusa, mostly there for her weapon. Naru, very solid for just brain dead damage dealing. Metara, actually pretty good, also pretty good weapon. Walfred, honestly, his oh no way, we got the wind tablet for warrior based. Holy cow, I think that's like one of the rarest items in the whole dang zone. Certainly off of the bees. All right, that's cool. Yeah, we take that. That's the warrior haste belt. Based. Okay. Now, it was 100% worth eating a death to make that drop. Pretty sure, yeah, we need a Windrune Fauna and an Ifriti belt. Let me make sure we actually still have an Ifriti belt. Yeah, we do. Okay, we have an Ifriti belt banked still. And I'm pretty sure we have a Windrune Fauna banked. Yeah, we have lots of Windrune Faunas. Cool. That is Belt of the Four Winds done, which is amazing. So, excellent. Does that actually... Oh, if we get the Ginny Warblade, we'll just have Warrior unlocked as a main class. Cool. We are one drop from unlocking Warrior. Let's see here. Yeah, and Raphael is pretty good. Likewise, his weapon is an interesting main hand, but that's all it is. So, out of that group, yeah, I would go for Sandira. Again, just because Zodiacs are a bit more limited than Grand characters. They are somewhat time-gated. So, I'd grab her while you can. Also, she is amazing. She's just a great character, just in general. All right, well, if we can get the Ginny sword off of Sister, the Warblade, yeah, we'll be sitting pretty. And save it until after the banner? No, do not do that. Yeah, do not do that unless you want to have to write to customer service in Japanese. There is, and it's like a once per year kind of oopsie poopsie kind of thing that they'll let you get away with. Is if you do a full spark and you forget to actually cash it in, like once a year, yeah, they'll give you a customer service redo. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, unless you want to have to talk to customer service in Japanese, don't do that. Just use the spark. Also, let me make sure there's nothing out of place here. No, like, essence carriers out of place that are going to jump us. All right. Zone looks normal. I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, we have never dropped the Ginny Warblade before. Would sure be cool to actually get it. Yeah, I'll I will let me pull my my own spark image out of Dick Sword here. Where is it? Yeah, copy media link. Yeah, there's my own spark results. So, I mean, very high quantity on that spark. Unfortunately, all of the summons are things that I already have fully uncapped and transcended, etc. So none of the summons were of any value to me. A couple of new characters were nice though. The one, the new girl, she came out of the scam gacha. Hey, Gugton. You're stuck with your main class all the way to 50. I mean, technically, you could do all the Sky Quests at 46. You're going to be living in Sky. I mean, unless you just MVP the RNG, you're going to be living in Sky for so long, you'll probably just level to 50 before you've unlock another class. Oh, Amethyst Amulet. Oh, hello there, a Greater Sphinx. Where are you? Alright, a Greater Sphinx. You have chosen violence. Hey, you got Razia. Okay, I mean, she's super cute. I like her as a character because she's just a giant Monster Hunter joke. But she's terrible. She's unplayably terrible. So, I mean, you can change your main class up to level 10, correct. Yeah, you can change your main class up to 10. In order to ding up to 11, you must lock in your main class. Actually, so you can actually change freely up to 10.99. When you hit 11, basically, or when you try to ding up to 11, the game will pop up a dialog box that says, do you want to lock in, race main class as your main doohickey? Yes or no. And you are, oh, hey, Winter and Kala. We actually needed one of those based. Amethyst Amulet, we did not need that. We already did that quest, so. All right. As I say. So yeah, you can respec freely until you lock in. Until you choose to lock in. Oh, and by the way, on that dialog box when it asks if you want to lock in your current setup as your main build, yeah, you can just click no, say you're not ready, and just sit there at 10.99. You can go change classes, change to whatever you want. You can still respec freely, so if you want to just screw around at level 10, you're allowed to do that, but you will not gain XP at all until you lock in, at which point the game will let you ding up to 11, and then your main race and your main class is locked in. Got Predator from the free SSR from however many polls. Okay, that's all right. Nove, Megan Mari, Shukra. Okay, Sebastian, actually pretty good. Leona, not bad. I mean, Leona's unfortunately pretty outdated, but her weapon actually does see some niche use. Wind Yugu, that's a thing. Grand EO, unfortunately, is a victim of power creep. Tira is great. Cantate doesn't really serve any purpose. Formal Europa 3 times, good lord. Will you still gain AXP? No, you will not. No, at 10.99, yeah, because that was actually brought up in, like, the original stream, because they thought of that. Like, could someone just choose to not lock in at 10.99 and just keep grinding AAs at the level 10 speed? And they thought of that. You cannot do that. You will not gain XP at all from the time you are hit 10.99 until you actually ding 11. Yep. Yeah, you can level different you can level all your classes to 10.99 if you want. Yeah, you can do that. Which admittedly does not take very long. 10 to 10.99 is basically half of the first floor of Befallen. So it is not a long grind, but you'll pick up an AA in the process. So yeah, if you wanna, I guess you can get 15 AAs in the process of leveling every class to 10.99. if you really want to. But oh, gotta resist. Is roulette back on the wheel? Back on the menu? No. 2 tries. So, yeah. I mean, I could start doing it without overchannel. Although then it would probably average between like 10 and 15 casts. Truth Slayers, oh yeah, Enchanter's great. I mean, it casts slow and mez, so, you know, it casts 2 of the most important support spells in the game. So, you know, it just goes without saying that it's great. You know, it is a, you know, consummate support class. Overburst, that's when you do a 5 chain or more. You know, chain burst only has different names up to a 4 chain, but from 5 and beyond, it's called an overburst, and that does have a couple of effects for, you know, mainly for like certain, like the Kengo class or a few like samurai characters have like overchain type goodies. You know, there's no original Lucilius required you to do a 5 chain to clear one of his labors. Back when a 5 chain was a rare thing that basically only Earth could do. That was basically Earth's job, was to clear that labor. Haste, Slow, Mez, Charm, Boon of the Garou. Yep. Stunlock. Yeah. Yeah, Enchanter just brings so much clarity. Hey, yeah. Yep, let's not forget good old clarity. And man, when, like, buff efficacy goes up with spell upgrades, whoa boy, clarity's gonna get real good. Plus, yeah. Delicious KEI. Also got Richard, you don't have a... yeah, there's a couple, yeah, like super niche. But drop rate buffs don't really do much anymore because they only increase the likelihood of a chest showing up, they don't affect the contents of the chest. And most chests, generally speaking, these days just have 100% drop rate anyway, except for blue chests, which drop rate buffs do not affect. So, drop rate buffs, for the most part, are just obsolete. Sorry, treasure hunter enthusiasts. Oh, that's the mage thing from last night. We got both mate. Wow. It took like 30 or 40 kills to get a mage drop, and now we have gotten 3 mage drops in a row, because mage actually has 2 drops off the EOV, and we got both of them back to back, and now we got a duplicate that we don't need. So, rip that dream. Yes. Hey, Ashen Swift. Thank you. Yes, happy Betasmas Eve to everybody. Oh, very good. Normal solo non-respawning. Yes, please. Oh, yes, actually, because we do want the... Yeah, we'll just, okay. Yeah, we'll do bees and, bees, sister, EOV. That's a pretty good loop, and we'll do the bees correctly this time. No, all the beta, it's all of the actual just regular servers. Yeah. So yeah, all the actual permanent servers will be available, although just remember they will get wiped between beta and release. So Just keep that in mind. And yeah, they fixed the news post. There are actually 2 EU servers, Eridan and Payneal. Yeah, the original news release just said Payneal. They fixed it. But I'll be going to Freeport. Yeah, had there not been a Freeport server, I don't know what I would have picked. Because I am such a Freeport loyalist. I am still in Viz. Okay, yeah, because we need to get the other B targeted. There we go. Okay, this B. By the way, if you don't have extended range focus, pacifying the bees is very hard. Because you have to be like pixel perfect in your positioning to cast on them without aggroing them. Extended range gives you an actual margin of error. Okay, we have the big B targeted this time. For real this time. There we go. Okay. That's the way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. Man, that ain't working. You still farm boss in Sky. During your time in this beta, what was the best thing I did? I don't know. That Nagafen as a freshly minted 46 was pretty great. The first time I did D4 Kazik was pretty great. First time I did D4 Inarok was pretty great. Doing Inarok as a level 46 Enchanter was pretty cool. Let's see. I don't know. Finding the Burning Souls quest was pretty great. Killing Moth over the weekend was pretty great. I don't know, just getting to share beta experiences with you all and just stream all night and, you know, share the game with everybody has been pretty great as well. And just, you know, talk about EQ with people. Because I haven't really gotten to play EQ in any kind of meaningful way since the end of 2013. And, you know, I would regard EverQuest as the platonic ideal of an MMORPG. Yeah, being a Paladin, would have thought you're Kinosian? Nah, Freeport for life. You know, if Erelys's temple was in Kinos, I would be from Kinos, but it's in Freeport. So, I'll be honest, you know, like the Hall of Thunder, kind of a sausage party. You know, Hall of Truth, also, kind of a sausage party. Temple of Life, actually, is a pretty good mix. But yeah, I mean, if you like girls in chainmail bikinis and plate mail, I mean, the Temple of Mars is where it's at. Oh, we gotta recast haste. As soon as he attacks me, there we go. And try and... Oh, what made me want to kill Inte in the first place? Was there a dev comment? No, there was not. Not there. There was not actually. So, two reasons. One, kind of the internal thought reason, and other kind of the meme reason. The thought reason was actually as a test, just because the way you test a game. Speaking as someone who has done professional game QA and game localization and stuff like that, the way you test a game is you try to break it and you try to do dumb stuff that nobody would ever think to do. If you've ever watched a Spiffing Brit video, for example, which if you haven't, I highly recommend him. I'm very much a Spiffing Brit enjoyer. But yeah, when testing a game, the goal is essentially to break it, or find where the weak points are that it can be potentially broken. And so, one, I wanted to see if Inte was even attackable. I wanted to see if maybe he still DT'd or did any of his other dumb nonsense. And just test it and see what would happen. See if he's even attackable. I was also a little curious, for anybody who knows their ancient deep lore, in ye olden days, and I mean when Sky first came out, Inte was borderline unkillable. He was actually probably the strongest monster in all of EverQuest at the time. He dropped basically an Easter egg weapon called Inte's Sword of Death that was something like 150 damage, 15 delay, or something absurd like that. That was no rent or temporary. It only ever dropped once or twice in the game's history before it got removed from the game. Because it was an Easter egg that wasn't really... Nobody was supposed to get it. You weren't supposed to be able to actually beat Inte. But people did, and I want to say it was Afterlife that did it. It was Afterlife or Fires of Heaven. I think it was FOH, actually. Anyway, only one or two ever dropped before they removed it. But I was curious if maybe one of the devs might have added Inte's sword back into the game in some form as an Easter egg for anybody goofy enough, or dumb enough to pick a fight with Inte. My other thought, my kind of the goofy meme thought, was, because the Ghoulbane quest is not in the game yet, Inte was forcing people to go, kill other paladins, on his behalf, to do his quest. So, I decided to go get some justice for the hundreds of Shin Lords, that had to die for the sake of all the Ghoulbanes in the world, and all the fiery Avengers that Inte has given out. So, that was kind of the idea. So first I was kind of amused. So, I was filming the Soulfire Fiery Avenger guide. We do the final turn-in, and then I'm like, you know what? I wonder if Inte is attackable or not. So I attack him. Like, oh, he is attackable. That's interesting. And okay, I'm actually winning. And then I kill him, and how about that? Oh, yay, Eldrath, welcome. Yeah, you were one of the original founding members along with Thought. Okay, that's cool. So welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. Yeah, and the quest was still really interesting and really cool. And just, really fun to find, by accident. So yeah, it's still not actually completable, but, you know what? Maybe it, keep an eye on the Natch Potes through open beta. It might be possible over the course of open beta, maybe. And yeah, Spiff drinks too much tea. I mean, you know, here's the funny thing about that. You know, despite being very American, I, I think I would bet $1. I have had better tea than Spiff has ever had. Because I spent some time in Sri Lanka working on a commodity project, and you know, Sri Lanka has the best tea in the world, hands down, not even close. You know, the tea in China even can't compare to actual Ceylon tea. Actually, it's part of the reason why the British Empire held on to Sri Lanka as a colony until the bitter end. Up until like all the rest of the empire had imploded. But when you drink Ceylon tea in Ceylon, the tea you're drinking today was growing on a tree 3 days ago, and that level of freshness just makes it a whole different experience. Like, it's not even comparable. I've had plenty of really nice tea in England that was really nice. Yorkshire Gold, Spiff's favorite. Yorkshire Gold's great. But it is not the same thing as fresh Ceylon tea in Ceylon. What'd we get? The silvered Spirak necklace. Okay, well, we get another necklace of resolution, which we do not need anymore. We already have our necklace of resolution, and we already very deliberately got it nerfed. So, yeah, that one's, we do not need another one. Beta till the end, absolutely. And tinfoil hat, good morning. I assume if I stay online until the server actually gets locked, then I'll get isekai'd into the game, kind of like Momonga on Overlord, because that's how that works, right? Yorkshire Gold overrated? Well, yeah, it's like I said, it's really good, but it's not fresh Ceylon in Ceylon good. And actually, as far as my just like standard English tea goes, I actually prefer Lady Grey myself. I am very much a Lady Grey appreciator. EQ style isekai. That would basically be Log Horizon. There's a reason why Log Horizon is my isekai trash of choice. And you can tell the author is actually an old school MMO player who played a lot of EverQuest and probably Final Fantasy XI. If you see how the characters actually go about conducting raids and stuff, like, that's actual old school raid tactics. With, like, one guy just kind of being like the human stopwatch, calling out, 12 seconds, 10 seconds, 6 seconds, healers start casting, 3, 2, 1, boom. Yeah, like actual 20-year-old raid tactics. The only, the subclass system felt, because Final Fantasy XI was the MMO in Japan. And 11 was heavily based or inspired by EQ. So, you can see the old, pre-WoW pedigree in 11. But yeah, in, MMOs in Japan, it was 11 and everything else. One of my favorite moments on some of the official live streams for Grand Blue Fantasy, when they announced the collab event with Final Fantasy XI, all the cast members who were just now finding out about this at the same time as the audience, most of them being a bunch of dorks, you know, spent their youth playing Final Fantasy XI all day and all night. And several of them just completely lost their minds. Like, especially the woman who voices the main quest NPC, who is also kind of the, also is the MC for most live events for the game. Yeah, she was a hardcore 11 player. She's also one of the most hardcore players of Grand Blue Fantasy itself, actually. And on a couple of occasions, you know, she actually got up in the producer's grill, being like, "Hey, this gameplay thing is kind of broken or unbalanced. We need to fix this." And the producer would be like, well, you know, we'll get around to it eventually." And she'd be like, "Bruh," and he'd be like, "Okay, we'll fix it." But yeah, I mean, she absolutely geeked out at that announcement. It was great. Complete heal cleric rotation. Yup. The bad old days of Senzon, CCH. CCH. Chain complete, chain celestial heal. There is set time for open beta, 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. That just got announced, like, an hour ago. Not even an hour ago. Like 50 minutes ago. Yep. What do we got? Another Sphinxian Circlet. We've gotten that before. Windrune Denna. Oh, we actually needed a Windrune Denna. Nice. Yeah, we take those. Another Blade of Abrogation. We do not need those. Alright. Clerics and Rogues Camp. Emotional damage. You know what? We're gonna see if we can land slow without overchannel. Probably not, but we're gonna try. So, let's see if we can do it. We'll see if we can do it in 6 casts. One. Oh, my PR did not actually go off. I gotta actually, yeah. Two. Three. Oh, I've 4. I have very much been enjoying the spell upgrade system, and it's only like half implemented right now. 5. So like right now, on damage values, healing amounts, that was 6. Pet levels, things like that have not been implemented yet. 7. Can we do it in 10 maybe? Probably not. 8. 9. 10. Okay. Alright, trying to do it without overchannel, kind of a pipe dream. Yeah, as soon as we hit overchannel, first try. So. You were clear with water sprinkler. You camped out. Yep. No questions. You just, yep. Mages just, yeah, juggling mod rods. Yeah. Yup. Hey, Kellen, good evening. Yeah, and then yeah, FDers just lay there FD'd. Yeah, I mean, although I remember the good old days, or maybe the bad old days, depending on your perspective, of using the Hammer of Divine Consternation, which was the hammer for paladins and clerics that procced Divine Aura, using that to rampage tank. Yeah, so you would just whack the mob. You just keep proccing DA on yourself. So you would never actually take damage from rampage, and you just subvert that entire mechanic. Yeah, 3 to 4 bodies at a time. Mass corpse dragging. Yeah. Yeah, certain things, yeah. Yeah, the Divine Hammer of Consternation. Yep. One of the most unintentionally OP weapons ever produced. Yep, from Grieg's End. Yep. One of the, very few reasons probably to... Really? We have now gotten 4 mage drops in a row. And a wind rune, okay. It took so long to get a mage drop at all, and now we're getting nothing but. We got 53 minutes to... Yeah, we're gonna run out of charges here. Did it in hardcore heritage zones all the time. Based. The Divine Hammer is your main weapon. Just block the DA buff. Yep, when not ramp tanking. Yep. Yeah, so we gotta kill a little bit of time. So we're gonna kill a few fairies. Because we need to kill, I just gotta kill about 10 or 15 minutes extra above and beyond what it takes to kill the main targets. So, fairies die fast, so. I wonder how, oh god, if pets could equip it. I think the weapon will probably just not exist, is my expectation, honestly. It's one of those weird, it's one of those weird weapons that just kind of breaks design space. Plus, yeah, the problem of, yeah, pets using it, yeah, or also the fact that it completely neutralizes rampage, or single target rampage as a mechanic. Yeah, it just enables a lot of dumb stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and the fact that, like, Cleric Ward can proc while in DA is probably a bug. That it... Because you shouldn't be able to, like, do anything like that while DA'd. Yeah, that was probably an unintended interaction that they just never bothered fixing. You know, kind of like if Word of Tunare for Paladins was just never added to the game, I would not complain. Word of Tunare and the Shadow Knight equivalent, whatever it's called, enable some dumb shenanigans. The notable one being like tanking a pinnacle boss and just bringing a few low-level yard trash along with you, and having the defensive procs that are activated by the yard trash actually heal for more than the yard trash hit for. So your healing is just sustained by defensive procs from yard trash. You know, and that so each of the yard trash mobs ends up doing negative damage to you. So you pull enough of them, and you can basically solo raid bosses while AFK. That's just stupid. You better believe I abused the hell out of that mechanic. As did every Paladin and Shadow Knight in the game. But yeah, very, very abusable mechanic that just does not need to exist. If they were going to implement those spells at all in Legends, I would want them totally mechanically retuned. Because, yeah, soloing while AFK is really stupid. Cleric viral damage shield to run through the zone, pull everything to a corner. Yup. Yeah, I mean, the fact that I would be, I would pull, or I should say, I would kill all of Frost Crypt in 2 pulls. And, like, I could hypothetically do it in 1 pull, but enemies just, like, wouldn't path properly around the zone far enough and correctly enough to actually do the zone in 1 shot. Because I wouldn't actually take damage, and I just killed everything with riposte. Like, I could actually go pretty much AFK and kill the zone with riposte. Whole enemies would just die before I ever actually targeted them, because they'd eat like a 300k riposte slay undead and just evaporate. It was really dumb. Tobruk 545, hello, welcome to the program. Where are the Vashir going to start? Well, we're not getting Vashir per se, we're getting Karens. And they are not actually enabled yet, but presumably they'll start over in Otis, like on Kara Isle, or in, Tox or something, next to the Erudites. Yeah, we're getting their terrestrial cousins, the Karens, instead of the lunar Vashir. Other than deity choice, your thoughts on dwarf or half-elf? I mean, it's purely a matter of aesthetics and roleplay. So, dwarf for the combat role, half-elf if you want to be a girl in a thong. Otherwise, the stat differences are irrelevant, honestly. So, purely a question of your own personal roleplay aesthetics. If you want to be a drunken Scotsman, pick a dwarf. If you want, like, a nice cute ass to look at, play a half-elf. Coming from a lifelong SK that I've ruined, yeah. Likewise, if you want to, if you're a Yakub enthusiast, and you need your 5-head, go Erudite, or, if you need a really nice ass to look at while playing, pick a high elf girl. Or if you want to have more of like a Spock cosplay, male high elf. You know, or the wisp pet, you know, to create all kinds of horrific sound effects and just annoy everybody. Yeah, you're gonna have to play with sound off if you've got a wisp pet. Yeah, dark elf booty for life. I can appreciate it. Yeah, the assless chaps. Yeah, I can dig it. You know, if you need that, like, if you need that big I can fix her energy, yeah, yeah, the dark elves in assless chaps. Or, you know, if you just want to be like a funny little guy, you know, there's always gnome. You know, go gnome or go home, as they say. Or there's always halfling for all of your, you know, barefoot, you know, Norwegian short stack tradwife aesthetic needs. Uh, yeah, God, I hate shrinking. I hate that being, I hate that low to the ground. Well, you know, because I play in first person, I hate shrinking. Only good gnome is the one that's on fire. You know what? You know, here's my thing with that. Like, there's just kind of some kind of cultural thing with short race players in a lot of games. Like gnomes in EverQuest, you know, Lalafels in 14, Tarutarus in 11, any godless bastard who tries to play Kender in tabletop D&D, which, by the way, you know, and even speaking as a Dragonlance enjoyer, by the way, you know, I will generally let anybody play as close to anything they want as possible at my D&D table. You know, if you come up with some kind of weird character concept that sounds interesting, I will do my best to shoehorn your concept into the lore. Might need you to massage a few concepts to fit it in, but I will try to make it work. I have one rule though. No, you can't play a Kender. There are no Kender in the world. They don't exist. All the good gods and neutral gods and evil gods and lawful gods and chaotic gods, they all got together. They teamed up. They existentially obliterated Kender from the multiverse. Just erased them from the Akashic record. They don't exist. You know, the gods went back in time and made them never exist. You can't play Kender. I don't think I'm asking too much here. Because, you know, like, Kender are the race for people who think that Tinker Gnomes are not lol so random enough. Yeah, exactly. Someone who wants to play a Kender just wants to be lol so random and derail the campaign and ruin everything for everybody. Like, if somebody wants to play a Tinker Gnome, you know, I'll put them on notice. Like you can play a Tinker Gnome, but, you know, like, you know, curb your enthusiasm, okay? Like, you know. Like, if you're gonna play a Tinker Gnome, I expect you to actually be doing some tinkering, and don't just try to set everything in the world on fire. Like, I expect you to set some things on fire. Just, try not to completely derail the entire campaign by setting everything on fire. I think that's a fair compromise. Um, and yeah, nothing good comes out of Kender existing in the universe at all. All, gnomes in plate look like moving garbage cans. Well, yeah, kind of. Have you tested the ogre unlock? Not yet. It's because I would need forage for that. Like, Clerg's new quest makes the process easier and also makes getting to be able to do Stein of Magok a lot easier. But you still need to do like the foraging stuff to really do ogre unlocks, and I have no interest in playing ogre in the first place, so that was just not on my to-do list. The only thing about your last D&D session you remember, you kidnapped a feral goblin and put it in a fancy dress. Oh, that reminds me of a, we were doing it was one of the early 5th edition modules, where you go into the Underdark and you end up fighting Grazit at the end. What was that, like Out of the Abyss or something? I forget what it was. I forget what the module was called. It was a good module, actually. But at some point, we needed to deal with a fire giant who seemed very scary. Probably, TPK material if we try to just straight up grug mode it. So we were strategizing as to how to deal with this fire giant. And we were able to parlay with him and actually meet him over for like dinner. And basically our plan is we're gonna, in the middle of this parlay, we're gonna get him to let his guard down and then jump him. And because he's got a lot of guards and stuff, and we don't want to have to slog through a whole army of fire giants and then have to deal with him at the end. So the one of the casters realizes that in 5th edition, this was 2014 rules, by the way, like, when 5e was new, he realized that polymorph, when used offensively, is no longer a fortitude save in 5e like you would expect. It's not, or con save in 5e terms. It was a wisdom save. And we're like, this guy's a fire giant. He probably has constitution and strength for days. He would pass any con save on a 2. He is probably lacking in wisdom. So we can... He will probably fail a wisdom save. We can probably just polymorph him and kidnap him. So, we meet with him. He has this, enormous, great, fire giant-sized greatsword. And me being the paladin, I sweet talk him a little bit with my diplomacy skill and be like, hey, that's a really cool sword you've got. It's like way bigger than my greatsword. Can I see if I can even lift this thing? And he's like, yeah, sure, knock yourself out. Because we're just, having a friendly meeting at this point. And so, I take his enormous greatsword and I just stick it in my bag of holding that I had obtained in 1 or 2 sessions prior. which totally caught the DM off guard, by the way, because, you know, the DM was expecting our polymorph shenanigans, because, you know, he was there for the planning session and whatnot while we were strategizing. So the DM knew what we were going to do. But that part, that particular card, I held close to my, you know, I played close to my chest. And I just kind of sprung that on, you know, mid-conversation. Like, yep, all right. I put the sword in my bag of holding. And the DM's like, what? yeah, I put the sword, yeah, remember that? Yeah, because I have a bag of holding from like 2 sessions ago. Okay, you put the bag in your bag of holding. All right, well, he's not too pleased by that. I guess we're rolling initiative. And, yeah, the best part was, you know, for the giant stat block, you know, he's not proficient in unarmed fighting or anything. He doesn't have natural attacks. You know, so his, you know, he's meant to swing his sword. And his sword does, you know, like 4d8 plus 12 damage or something absurd like that. Because he's a fire giant. He has like 30 strength or something stupid. So he's totally disarmed. You know, he's now punching for like 1d4 plus 7 or something. And then, yeah, the wizard on his first turn goes polymorph. And yeah, the fire giant he needed to roll something like a 14 or something to save against the polymorph, and he didn't. So he got turned into a rabbit. So we proceeded to just, you know, scoop him up, you know, put him in a burlap sack, and hightail it out of there. Oh. It was totally paladin-like. You know, we disarmed an enemy and we defeated him non-violently. Oh, that was a great session. Then, though, that was like the second best thing I did in that campaign. The best was in the last session of the campaign. Oh, glory hallelujah. Item cooldowns finally actually show on the hotbar. Amazing. That's finally a thing. Like, that just got added in, like, the most recent hotfix. You know, like, it would show up, like, if you pulled the exaltation out and just had the exaltation sitting in your inventory, you'd see it on the exaltation, but it wasn't transferring over into the host item yet. So now it actually displays correctly. Huzzah! Final class stuff, yeah, until late beta. So yeah, we'll see it soon. Trademark. You know, to be fair, they've been pushing a lot of content, you know, and a lot of bug fixes and a lot of QOL and a lot of everything in a fairly short amount of time. And yeah, between spell upgrades and class AAs, I'm actually glad we got spell upgrades first. Because this was a more complex system that, you know, was going to need, you know, more specialized testing and feedback. Oh, yeah. They've been super busy. So, but yeah, like, that's excellent. Like, I don't even remember this display function working like yesterday or the day before. Yeah, new items and zone dev also. Yeah, just so much stuff. And it's not a big team. So. Yeah, looking forward to especially like the permafrost revamp. Because permafrost was always a cool zone. No pun intended. It's just like it was a conceptually cool zone, but it was a zone you went to kill Vox, and that's about it. There's really no other reason to go to permafrost. You know, unless there were some like oddball quests that took place in there that I just don't remember. Yeah. You know, maybe farm a symbol of loyalty to Vox just to pump your cold resistance before going to kill Vox. Menno Mage, do we know what time? Yes, we do. Servers will be up, hopefully, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. It's in the news post section on the beta Discord, or excuse me, on the public Discord. Used to farm ice giants for plat, totally valid. Deity unlock tokens. Okay, that's a thing apparently, or will be a thing. Yeah, you should have joined the public Discord. All kinds of useful information there. And Fiendster, hello, welcome to the program. Looking to pre-order, never played. Can you pre-download? Yes. Although, yeah, asterisk, you're going to be re-downloading and like repatching a bunch of stuff tomorrow. Silken Wrap, that's new. We'll take that. You're going to be re-downloading a bunch of stuff tomorrow. Keep in mind, like, the whole game is just not that big. Because, you know, it's a game from 1999. So, in fact, let me actually even see. How big is the whole game? EQ Legends. Properties. Yeah, my EQ Legends folder right now is 6.82 gigabytes. So, you know, it's not like a modern AAA game that's 50 or 80 or, you know, 200 gigabytes. It's just not that big a game. So, yeah, and like I said, you're going to have to repatch a lot of stuff tomorrow. So, yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah. Unless you're, if you're on, unless you have like very archaic internet, you know, anything vaguely resembling modern first world broadband, yeah, it's no big deal. Now, yeah, if you live way out in the sticks and you're subsisting on like Starlink or something, then okay, then that's a thing. Which, I mean, I live up in the mountains of western Pennsylvania. There are a lot of people out here who live just far enough out into the woods to not be connected to Comcast or anything, and so, yeah, they subsist entirely on Starlink. Or, you know, if you've decided to, you know, resubscribe to America Online to really get that 1999 experience, then seek help. Yeah, I live out in the mountains in the northern U.S., but had gigabit cable till recently. They installed 2 gig fiber. Nice. All right, we will once again pull with Mez. Actually, wait, let's make sure that there's no essence carriers. Doesn't look like it, but we measure twice and cut once. All right, we dazzle. Mom, hang up. Yeah, fortunately, oh, here's an interesting bit of history, by the way. Does anybody remember Sega Channel from back in the 90s? It debuted, I mean, it was not available everywhere. So, Reels, yeah, you had Sega Channel based. Yeah, Sega Channel was amazing. So, for those who didn't have it, it was a game streaming service that launched circa 95. Had basically a modem that plugged into the cartridge slot of your Sega Genesis. That's the Mega Drive. That's what we call the Mega Drive here in the United States, by the way, for all you Euros and whatnot. Because we got to be weird in this country. So, yeah, it would plug into the cartridge slot. It was basically a cable modem. Although, I mean, it was a cable modem that operated at dial-up speed. But because it would be sold by your local cable company. What did we get? The Sphinxian ring. All right, we've gotten that one before. But and yeah, you would you would launch that just like you would any Genesis cartridge, and yeah, it would load into this screen, and you'd have, it was a rotating monthly list. On any given month, you'd have a choice of like 40 or 50 Genesis games that you could play, including a couple of exclusives that didn't actually get released in the U.S., like Mega Man: The Wily Wars, or what was the other really, or Biohazard Battle, or Pulse Man. I don't think Pulse Man ever got released in the U.S. officially. I mean, hell, I remember a physical cartridge, a physical box copy of Pulse Man being a high-ticket showcase item at the premier retro game store in Tokyo. Yep, you'd go LD when someone picked up the phone. Yep. Yeah, Genesis does what Nintendo don't. It's all that blast processing. Comic Zone was on Sega Channel. Yep. Holy cow. If you can beat Comic Zone, either you are a better man than I, or you're a liar. Probably the latter. Holy cow, that is one of the hardest games ever made. Comic Zone is one of the few games that I would rate as harder than Chakin the Forever Man. And if you've played Chakin, then you know what I mean. Hey, Clustro, 33 months, Illuminati confirmed. Actually, yeah, 33 consecutive, 34 total. Thank you for always continuing to help bankroll the channel all these long years. I appreciate that. PoE? Nah, we still got... all that's going on right now is the Freesia League, which apparently, nobody is playing. We will do League Start on the next real league on, the 21st of July. We'll get to at least do League Start. Probably not much more than that. But, yeah. There's another other streamer I follow who's been playing the current return of Tota Frisia League, and yeah, he said the big problem with the league is there's so few people playing it that it's basically SSF out of necessity. Yeah, and you were bred on games like Ninja Gaiden. Hell yeah. I mean, everything there was to beat on Super Meat Boy based. WoW PvP, yeah. 50 2v2 early in Rocket League. Yeah, yeah, Comic Zone. That game is absurdly hard. You're talking about what league is, but it's Rune League. All right, yeah. You know, PoE 1 is still really good. I mean, I currently prefer PoE 1 over PoE 2, but PoE 2 is still not even full release. So I said full release. Oh, look, another rogue gem. What a surprise. That's only the 7th time we've dropped that. Ugh, gross. It's just, yeah, why don't they make the Frisia Ascendancy's core? I mean, yeah, because everybody wants that. I don't want to bother leveling up in Frisia League just to play super fun new Ascendancies. Yeah, and the other thing is, yeah, this is only a 3-week league. So you got to really go hard in the paint on this league to get anything done. And the totem mechanic is time consuming. I mean, it's kind of fun, but really time consuming. Honestly, yeah, and like Frisia classes are fun, but yeah, a 3-week league, you have to just push so hard. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, hardly anybody's playing that league. I mean, core, the core seasonal league is still going on for another couple of weeks. Because I want to... Let me actually check if there's any PoE news here. Because we got to kill a few minutes for our... before our instance charges refill anyway. Let me see if there's any PoE news. No, not yet. Yeah, Return of the Ancestors. Yeah, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, because 3.29 launches on July 24th. With the GGG live happening July 16th. So, yeah, we've got another 2.5 weeks before we even know what the next league is going to be. Me and Had. I'm working hard on your book on India. I believe it. Yeah. I'm wondering, like, the statistic is kind of high. Is the Indian government just lying about it? Yes. Yeah, fun fact. Now, I don't know what the rates are right now, but I remember a few years ago, if you were a non-resident Indian, i.e., a citizen of India living abroad, you could get a government-sponsored bank account that was just a bog standard, fully liquid savings account. Just the kind of free savings account you get from your local bank, that you never actually put money into. Bog standard, fully liquid savings account with an interest rate of 10%. All right, you got to run for now. All right, Ash and Swift. Yep. Well, I mean, if you're rolling on Freeport tomorrow, then I will see you there. Otherwise, we'll be streaming tomorrow at the usual time. So hopefully we'll see you in here at least. Yeah, it's gonna say, yeah, and like everybody really likes the Frisia classes. They should just become core at this point. They really should. Yeah, I'm actually gonna run in the bathroom here real quick. about India measuring their literacy rate. Goes to the front door. He asks them, "Are you literate?" They respond, "Yes" or "No." He records their verbal response. That's it. I mean, consider every country lies about like all of their statistics, or at least misleads with their statistics. You know, like the in America, the Bureau of Labor Statistics puts out some number like 500,000 new businesses were created in the last quarter. What that actually means is 499,000 people formed an LLC to do DoorDash. And 1,000 actual new companies got started. Remember, there are lies, damned lies and statistics. I mean, you're a data analyst. You know this. I'm preaching to the choir here. We have a quick minute here before we get another instance charge. Let's go kill the Dojorn. You mean or one mega company built 100,000 satellite companies, to obfuscate their earnings and cook their books, that too. So regimented, it was undeniable, it was orchestrated. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Izot is a hell of a drug. There. Registered enrollment, physical in-person attendance, never ever both. Never not once. Interesting. It's only ever one or the other. Deliberately make it impossible to tell what the true school attendance was. Huh. Well, it means similarly, how many schools in the U.S., just let students pass, or deliberately give them good grades that they didn't earn, because they get more funding, and from the state or the feds, if their metrics look good. So they just fudge the metrics. Oh, this was regarding schools in America, not India. Oh! Oh. However bad you think things are, that they're actually so much worse. Oh, I mean, yeah, go look at the some of the statistics coming out of the school system in Maryland more broadly, and Baltimore especially. I mean, it's appalling. I mean, we have, districts in Baltimore where, like 75% of their graduates are functionally illiterate. Yeah, it's disgusting. Oh, hey, and in a golden Ifriti chest plate. Sure, we'll upgrade that. And an extra war spear. Those are useful. The Ifriti war spear, by the way, is still the highest backstab damage weapon in the game. So, worth actually hanging on to one for real. Well, one for yourself to backstab with, one for your pet to backstab with, and one to actually turn in for whatever quest it is that uses that. Do we have an instance charge yet? Soon, probably? Well, I guess let's go do the rest of the loop. I don't think we actually need any Ifriti weapons, but, you know, whatever. Or, oops, crap, I should have invised before I popped over, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, because, yeah, from the perspective of the school's metrics, yeah, it's better to just let illiterate students out into the world and just cut them loose and just look the other way than it is to actually hold them back and teach them how to read. You know, or, you know, God forbid, how to do elementary math. Did you hear what Texas passed for schools? I did not. What's going on in Texas? All schools will be required to read the Bible and teach from it. That's... yeah. Yeah, that will almost certainly get struck down before the ink is dry. Yeah, that is like complete facepalm. The Texas, buddy, you used to be cool. What happened? I am giga stunned, by the way. Come on, Texas. Get it together. Yeah, remember when Texas used to be about just guns and freedom? Can we go back to that? Oh, we got the wizard cloak. Okay, that's cool. Add that to our collection of stuff. Massacre, what were you doing, buddy? Where did you run off to? Ah, Slabibby, hello. You know what? I guess... Wait. Does Texas at least still have Frito pie? Or did they outlaw that? Because, like, the rest of the country just does not understand Frito pie. That is a uniquely Texas thing. Oh, that's bad. I am giga-stunned. That was a bad time for Stone Breath to land. Oh, we're gonna die to Stone Breath. Oh, haha, woo. Alright, these idiots can just be mezzed. Blink Angels 182. Hey, I've been going back and re-listening to a lot of Blink 182 lately. Texas blows. Yeah, I mean, Texas used to be cool. Used to be. And we still have 0 charges. Maybe it just doesn't update mid-zone correctly. What's a good say? I mean, I like Pennsylvania. As long as you stay out of Philadelphia. Philly sucks. The rest of the state's pretty okay. That's your area. My condolences. Like, nobody should have to live in Philly. You're about an hour north. Okay, yeah, you're you're fine then. Yeah, you're up like you're not really even in Philly at that point. You're like closer to the Poconos. Yeah, like calling that area Philly is like people in Newark saying they're from New York. Well, it's like, which of course, you know, is a thing. Like, everybody in the northern half of New Jersey just LARPs as a New Yorker and is just ashamed to admit they're from Jersey. Minnesota here used to be okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, Minneapolis. Man, Minneapolis used to be nice. Yeah, like if we could like have Philadelphia like secede from the Commonwealth and just you know, be given over to like Delaware or New Jersey, that would be awesome. You know, on the other hand, like, you know, if we could like Anschluss West Virginia, that would be great. I mean, because West Virginia is basically just Pennsylvania 1.5. It really should just be part of Pennsylvania. It has way more in common with Pennsylvania than it does with Virginia. So, yeah, it should, yeah. Yeah. Jersey can have Philly. We'll take West Virginia. And also, like, Western PA should pretty much be, because, like, it's a tough question as to like where does Western Pennsylvania begin, and I think culturally, it's it's pretty much when people stop rooting for the Ravens or the Eagles and start rooting for the Steelers. But even then, you know, within Steeler country, there's Pittsburgh itself, and there's everything else. Like, I can be in Pittsburgh in about 90 minutes, but nobody around here says yins. That is a uniquely Pittsburgh thing. Like, you only hear that in Pittsburgh. Oh, another golden Nefriti chest plate. Yeah, we'll just upgrade. Nefriti scimitar. We'll take that. Nefriti belt. We don't need more of those. I'm not even sure if we need the scimitar per se. I'm taking it just cause. Okay, now, all right. Now we have an instance charge. Cool. So yeah, we'll just go pop the hand for funsies, and then we'll make a new instance. After, yeah, like once you get like west of Penn State, even then, like Penn State itself is more like culturally. I want to say it's more like the mid-state. Also, Harrisburg is kind of its own thing, and it's a shithole, by the way. Harrisburg sucks. Like, Philly, at least to its credit, has interesting history. I mean, like, Independence Hall is really cool. You go see the Liberty Bell and stuff. You know, Continental Square is really pretty. You know, the fact that it's down the road from the drug zombie road, you know, is, you know, unfortunate. But, you know, it was, so yeah. You know, if you go a couple of blocks away from Continental Square, it gets really scary really fast. Yeah, Harrisburg is actively terrible. I would say, and I do not make this comparison lightly, by the way, but Harrisburg is even worse than Sacramento. Yeah, Lancaster is basically like two cities in one, because you've got like the actual downtown area with Franklin and Marshall College, like Park City Mall, that basically from there to the hospital is like one city. And then you go a little further west, out to like East Earl and Blue Ball and that area, and you might as well be on a different planet. It's so different. Like, once you cross, you pretty much, once you get, like, east of the hospital, more or less. What's that little micro town where the little gift shop that's shaped like a windmill is? There on 30. I mean, anybody from Lancaster knows what I'm talking about. Also, a little Pennsylvania-ism. By the way, if you're talking about the town where the Amish are from, it's Lancaster. If you're talking about the actor named Bert, or the town in England, it's Lancaster. But if someone refers to the Amish town as Lancaster, they are not from central Pennsylvania. That's like the dead giveaway. Also, yeah, I keep suggesting to all the devs that the first Legends fanfare should be held at Shady Maple Smorgasbord in Lancaster. Because it is actually the largest buffet in the United States. and it's amazing. For anybody who's never been to Lancaster to experience it, imagine a Las Vegas casino buffet run by the Amish. It's amazing. Druid earring, yeah. Oh, an extra Ifriti wind staff. We do not need that. And a magic staff. We do not need that either. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's called Shady Maple Smorgasbord. Um, yeah, it is. It is this huge buffet restaurant. It is. Yeah. It's the. It is actually the largest buffet in the United States. It's bigger than the World Buffet. It's bigger than the Carnival Buffet at the Rio. It's bigger than the Bacchanal at Caesar's Palace. It's bigger than any Vegas buffet, which is saying something, because I like me some Vegas buffets quite a bit. The World Buffet is huge. The Bacchanal is huge. The Spice Market is pretty big. Uh, but they've got nothing on Shady Maple. But yeah, Shady Maple is run by, basically like Amish and Mennonites and Pennsylvania Dutch. So it's all very classic old world Americana type food. The type of stuff you would eat before you go raise a barn. It's amazing. And it's not health food per se, but it's all whole food. You know, the the cookies are made out of, flour, water, and sugar. uh, the steak is just made out of steak. The chicken is fried in lard like God intended. uh, you know, it's all food that your great grandmother would recognize as food. You're going to eat 8,000 calories. But your entire meal will only have about 8 total ingredients. And 6 of those ingredients are butter. So yeah, if anybody wants an excuse to go visit the Amish country, there you go. Shady Maple Smorgasbord. In, I know, technically it's in the town of East Earl, but call it Lancaster. It's Lancaster County, at least. Also, by the way, it's really close to the town of Blue Ball and Intercourse. Actually, when you turn into the restaurant, you can look across the street, and the other side of the street is technically Blue Ball. And yes, the town of Blue Ball is adjacent to the town of Intercourse, which is in turn adjacent to the town of Paradise. uh, that is a thing. Oh yeah, horses and buggies. Yeah, it totally normal. Actually, where I live, the second oldest Amish community in the nation is about 20 minutes away. Second only to Lancaster. Yeah, it's a totally normal thing. I see Amish people all the time. Yeah, convenience stores around here have hitching posts for people to park their horses. That's just a normal thing in Pennsylvania. I'm not even joking. Because Amish people drink Mountain Dew. Look, they might be quaint, but they're not weird. You know, they still got to get their gamer fuel, even if the game they're playing is cornhole. Get get your head out of the gutter. It's a game where you throw a little like, beanbag into a hole in a board. Don't make it gross. Yeah, PA is very special, but in a good way, unlike California. Oh, pathing problems. Uh, path. Okay, the enemies tried to run around like out of the building there because I backed up into the corner. So, okay, this just got a little more interesting. But that's okay. Because we like interesting. Alright, we just have to face tank 3 redcons simultaneously. It's fine. Yeah, King of Prussia Mall, which I think is still second only to Mall of America. Unless one of the new malls in New Jersey surpassed it. Yeah, the King of Prussia Mall is actually pretty nice. Ugh. Alright, 4 mobs at once. Now this is getting a bit much. Alright. This one. Alright, well. Alright, well, it's slowed. Right near it for 13 years and avoid it as much as possible. I mean, it is like the 7th circle of tourist hell, so I don't blame you. Plus, the traffic in that neighborhood is miserable, even by Pennsylvania standards. Oh, and we are Gorgon stunned. Oh boy. This is where these 4-minute long... Oh, my God. Stunned again. This is where these 4-minute duration slows are really coming in handy. Nice double smite right there. Love to see it. Alright, Gorg, I need you to hurry up and die, please. Thank you. Oh, we got another one of those. Which is actually fine, because I think two classes need that. Berserker and Mage both need that item. So, okay, we have 2 of them now. Cool. And PR, there we go. Okay, this Heart Harpy only has 1 minute on its slow. So let's go ahead and actually recast. Oh, and 1, 2, 3. One of these idiots thought it was allowed to slow us. Oh, and all right. Oh boy, more ads. Off or dazzle. Gorgolask. We mez you also. Yeah, 2-minute dazzle is a hell of a drug. Cast one of our free PRs. Okay. Oh. Slow is finally running out on this guy. So, alright. Slow him. Alright, let's go ahead and, yeah, re-slow this idiot as well. And let's cast our other free PR off of Soulfire. Well, I wasn't intending to kill this entire island, but hey, here we are. Oh, excuse me. You know, I wonder how practical it'll be right out the gate at level 1 to actually start doing, like, the newbie yard on +4 to start stockpiling motes and start, like, +4ing and +5ing spells, like early leveling spells out of the gate. I guess we'll find out tomorrow, won't we? Actually, we'll kill that guy. Crystalline Cloud gets mezzed. Gorgolask also gets mezzed. I figured I was going to have to remez those guys right around the time the first eyeball died. Turns out I was right. Nerf logins will be smooth at 3. You know, if logins are not smooth at 3, that I think is just an indication of, you know, how many people are trying to play. That just means the game is being that successful. Server goat. Hey, Vilum. Yeah, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. And yeah, for the newcomers, I will be playing on Freeport, both on beta and for real. I gotta rep my hometown. Neza, okay. Alright, Gorgolask, you can get mezzed again. Crystalline Cloud, you can get slowed. You're going to Rivervale? Yeah, a lot of people going to Rivervale. You think Freeport and Kinos? I was kind of getting the impression that Rivervale might end up being the most popular. My initial thought was that Freeport would end up being the most popular. But then everyone started talking about Rivervale, so no, I don't know, so who knows? Yeah, and apparently, yeah, the Aussies are going to be on Freeport as well. So I assume, you know, if Freeport gets so crowded that it starts having login queues, you know, the Aussies will just like put a big sign on the door that says "Fuck off, mate, we're full," which is the national motto of Australia, by the way. If you ever like fly into Sydney, there's actually a sign at before you get to customs that says that. Might reserve. Hopefully, we'll reserve a fish tank. Might see. All right, very good. Yeah, I mean, I'll be around. So yeah, you'll probably see me. You know, old world isn't that big of a place. Plus, I'll still be on here, so still plugging away. You know, on that eternal content grind, and just eternal gear grind and AA grind and everything grind. Yo, dog. We heard you like grinding, so we put a grind in your grind. Anyway, what berserker item does the feathered cape is for Shroud of the Sky? Okay. Oh, that one requires a Windrune Ozia. And the mage, what does the mage use that item for? The mage uses that item for, oh yeah, that's right, the garbage wrist that is one of the worst items in Plane of Sky. You know, the bracelet of clarification. Like, just straight up worse by a lot than a regular planar class armor wrist. Well, that was fun. Yeah, hopefully nobody tries to like beat me to the punch and like hijack my name. Yeah, I was actually wondering if I should like come home from work early tomorrow and try to nip that problem in the bud. And try to get Frog going for the Chrono Trigger styling. Of course, Frog was the best character in Chrono Trigger. Is Frog Lock unlockable? Yes, should be. I think so. Yeah. Yep, you just got to get Protectors of Gukta, Guktan Elders, and Guktan Suppliers. Yep. Okay, well, hypothetically, on paper it is unlockable. Yeah, there may not actually be a way to get faction in practice, but they've been adding faction quests in to either enable or smooth out the process, so Yep, they have a section of Wrath Mountains. Which is nice then, because just anywhere in Wrath Mountains, you know, like over by the Hill Giant camp or whatever, you can change classes freely because it counts as a town zone. Level time to get the new ogre unlock. It's pretty rough. Yeah, ogre is rough compared to some of the other races, because you have to just grind forage for a long time. The new lizard tails bit helps, but does not solve the problem. Though, you know, if you're going to be farming, let's say, Temple of Kazakh Thul for, like, Rubicite BPs or whatever, you will get a bunch of lizard tails in the process to help. And it does also help you get access to the Stein of Magok quest if you want to do that. So it's a useful quest. And like I said, it helps. But it does not completely solve the problem. So. But yeah, you know, they keep adding, you know, more faction tasks and whatnot to the races that are otherwise really annoying. So I think it's pretty much safe to assume for any of the races that are still really awful to unlock that it will get smoothed out soon, trademark. Yeah, for anybody who watched my my video, it was like, you know, a Final Fantasy XIV player's introduction to EverQuest. You know, I mean, the way I described ogres was something like, you know, you read on a wiki article that ogres have the highest strength stat and frontal stun immunity, and you wanted to min-max right out of the gate. Now, here's something I find kind of interesting. For all you ogre enjoyers, you know, like, a lot of people seem to have, you know, have a soft spot for ogres, but not for trolls. You know, is it just a product of so many people playing ogre for stun immunity for so long as, like, their warrior alt or something, but nobody did the same thing for trolls? Troll Beastlord was, yeah, your main. Yeah, you're like the odd one out there. Sam Robotson. Yeah, ogres look like big babies while trolls don't. Yeah, trolls actually look like evil creatures, yeah. Ogres are just kind of goofy, because they have that dumb grin on their face. Yeah, ogres have way more min-max stats than trolls. Because trolls have that little tiny bit of regen. But yeah, if you want the regen, yeah, just be an XR. Oh, by the way, one of the best parts of filming that that 14 players intro to EverQuest video was as I was going through the list. You know, I think I think I was talking about Vashir as basically being Khajiits, except, you know, less evil. And then, you know, somebody in chat asks, oh, well, what about the Argonians? And I say, oh, well, here we call them Ixars. And he was like, what? I was just kidding. Do the stats matter? Not really. Because especially strength is like the one stat that, with the right buffs, you might actually max out. Especially with a bard, and if you are a bard or if you have one in your party, maxing strength is actually very realistic. Max is 5'10", yeah. I made a troll. I'm gonna test out Beast Lord. Yeah, his name was Gatorade based. Meanwhile, I have always just played a regular old human male. Because I am just that exciting and creative. Kind of like when Larian was talking about character creation stats on Baldur's Gate 3. And they're like, we gave you guys 800 different styles of genitals to put on your tieflings. And yet you all chose to make Commander Shepard. Which, tangentially related, by the way, when I did my playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, and I only did one playthrough, I made a completely custom party. I made 4 male human devotion paladins. Because of course I did. I know, you're all shocked. Yeah, we were the Holy Chivalric Order of please keep your magical realm shit out of my D&D campaign. And we went around smiting all the fornicators in the world. So, like, any character that, you know, made like said lewd dialogue or did anything like lewd or suggestive or sexual, we just killed them. So that is to say, we killed a lot of people. We did a lot of smiting. We only ever had one oath break, though, from killing people for the crime of being fornicators. Fornicators! Fornicators! And oddly enough, it was that guy who was a cleric of Leviatar that you find in the back of the Goblin hideout in Chapter 1. Like, he's an evil cleric. Leviatar is like the second most evil deity in the Forgotten Realms setting. But for some reason, it's an oath break if you kill that guy. Like, if ever there was a good aligned action, it's killing a cleric of Leviatar for the crime of being a cleric of Leviatar. But yeah, that was a fun playthrough. Oh yeah, we also killed Asterion on sight for the crime of being a vampire. Because corpses belong in the dirt. So we put him back in the dirt. We killed Shadowheart on sight for the crime of being a cleric of Shar. Again, Shar is like the third or fourth most evil deity in all of Faerun. Actually, Shar, I don't know. Shar might even be the most evil deity in Faerun. It's pretty close. Oh, the Rusted Pauldrons. Okay. For another Shadow Knight drop. Okay, we take those. And, yeah, the key. Yeah, exactly. You don't know that at the beginning, though. Yeah. So, and it was not an oath break to kill Shadowheart. So yeah, we were allowed to kill that evil, that cleric of an evil god. I think she has a holy symbol of Shar around her neck. I think she's got some iconography on her. So if anybody who has proficiency in knowledge religion would, I think, identify her as a cleric of Shar pretty much on sight. So either way, though, we, at the very least, we had meta knowledge. So yeah, we smote her on sight for being a. Oh, also, now someone's gonna actually me, but we're paladins. We have detect evil. We use it on everybody we see, just in case. As a cleric, as a cleric of an evil god, she will have a powerful evil aura, as clerics of evil gods do. And now someone's gonna go, actually. Detect evil in 5th edition only detects otherworldly creatures such as undead and fae, and elementals and outsiders. It doesn't actually detect the alignment of mortal humans. Like, shut up. Implying I care what 5th edition rules say. It's called detect evil, not detect fae. Good, evil, law, and chaos are palpable, measurable, forces of nature in D&D. You can measure them with a device. You can measure them with a thermometer. Yeah, a cleric of an evil deity has a more powerful evil aura than someone who just has an evil alignment. But not as powerful as an evil outsider. Oops. Just reaching over for buttons and fat-fingered lay hands. Not like it matters, but, you know, just... Also on that playthrough, we managed to actually just completely miss... what's her name? The tiefling party member. Can't even think of her name off the top of my head for some reason. Karlach. Yeah, Karlach. Like, we somehow managed to just totally overlook Karlach and never interact with her. Yeah. Yeah, horseshoe theory. I mean, horseshoe theory is a thing. And yeah, we would have found a good reason to kill her eventually. Also, you know, we would have sided with the Emperor at the end, but we accidentally unlocked the Emperor's romance route. Just, you know, because we were nice to him. You know, so he decides to, like, show up naked in a dream and, like, you know, flop his, like, eluded dick in our face. And so it's like, well, sorry, Mr. Emperor. I mean, we were gonna, like, follow your version of the quest, but you have become a fornicator, so we have to kill you now. You know, so we went and got the, you know, the Hammer of Orpheus or whatever it's called, and, you know, went that route. No, we did not actually, you know, engage in any fornication with the Emperor. He just, you know, tried to present us with the opportunity. And yeah, we killed him for it. It's another Sphinxian necklace. All right, Mr. Iovetian or Miss Iovetian. Looking for something specific? We are really hoping for the cleric drop from Iovetian here, so we can get our actual endgame weapon. But in the meantime, we're just getting all the unlocked components for a bunch of classes, as well as all their various clickies and items and whatnot. So, oops, crap! I gotta actually heal. I gotta. Sacred heal was not fast enough there. I had to actually duck a 1.5 second heal so I could LOH. Yeah, mage. We've gotten a lot of mage drops, including Because we got like 4 mage drops from EOV in a row. Shaman Alacrity clicking rocks. Yeah. Yep, not having to... Yep, which we... I'm pretty sure we do have that. We also have... Or we either... We might need a wind rune to finish that one. But we have all the important drops. We also have the Shaman Feign Death Ring, which is awesome. The, what's it called? The Spiritualist's Ring, I think. Or the Vermilion Sky Ring, yeah. With Feign Death every 5 minutes. That's right. The Spiritualist Ring is what is the drop that you turn in to get the Vermilion Sky Ring. And yeah. Yeah, Feign Death every 5 minutes. Instant cast Feign Death every 5 minutes. Amazing. Yeah. Yeah, so many of these items are actually good when you don't have to carry around a box of the Void and a bunch of mana batteries. Like, that is an item you'll never stop using. Like, unless you actually have Monk on your, or Shadow Knight or Necro on your kit, like a real Feign Deather, you'll always want that on hand. And because you can just pull the Exaltation out, you know, that makes it even better. Just you have to, you know, plug it into a ring that is Shaman usable. And, we got another large Sky Diamond to make another Truvanon. Oh boy, that is only the second time we've gotten that. There's no room in our inventory, really? We have an enchanted bar of platinum we can throw out. Ginny Stave. Oh. Yeah, alrighty. We have... Right, we have no instance charges left. Let's, regular backpacks. I know, I need to go do another, like, Vox kill to... Or Nagify and get another, another real backpack. I kind of stopped doing Vox and Nagify because I didn't need anything from either of them. Okay, so let's do some turn-ins here. Warrior, Wind Tablet, Ifriti Belt, and a Fauna. Okay. Let's also auto bank. Oh, yeah, really? Oh, that is our only Windrune Denna, apparently. Our only Lena, apparently. Oh, yeah. Burnout 3, instant cast every 2 minutes. Awesome. So many Windrune Nezes. I swear these are, like, way more common. Also, Enchanted Bar of Platinum. I actually, I think we can just, like, auto drop that in the trade skill screen. Find Fauna. Yes, we will grab that. Oh, hell, we have 6 of those. Alright, I'll grab one of those. Over to Torgan Blademaster. And we will hand him the Wind Tablet. We cancel that. We also need we need to grab an Ifriti Belt as well. Find item. Freedy belt. There we go. There it is. Okay. All right, Torgan. Did I say fauna for this? Yeah, fauna and wind tablet. There we go. There we go. Belt of the Four Winds, the warrior haste belt. Oh, we got a wind rune Denna, so we can make Fangol. Find item. We need the ethereal emerald. Grab that. And the Ifriti battle axe. Okay. Ethereal emerald and a wind rune Denna. And there's Fangol. Combat effect Fangol's breath. 120 point poison nuke. Not bad. Not bad at all, actually. Not to mention a 0.829 ratio out of the gate. Not bad. Fangol, Reaver of Wind. Yeah, not too shabby. What is this? Silken Wrap is for monks and beast lords. What does this get used for? Monks. Silken Wrap. Uses for Tonpo's shoulder wraps, which are actually quite good. It just uses that and a Beza. Or the Beast Lord version. Silken Wrap and a Geza is the Beast Lord Haste Belt. Yeah, we will do... do we want to use the... Which do we want? Oh, wait, we have... yeah, we have just the one of those. Yeah, let's see. You know what? Let's do the Beast Lord. All right, we're kind of close to just finishing Monk, aren't we? We still need that Nebula Sapphire. Yeah, let's grab a. If we have a Beza, we'll do that one. Find item. I'm pretty sure we have several Bezas laying around. Yeah, we do. All right, one of those. Over to Holwyn. Yeah, and Silken Wrap. Ding. All right, Tonpo's shoulder wraps. Yeah, actually a really good shoulder item. 10 all saves, 4 to some core stats. Yeah, not bad. Renards. Big pile of items there. Bros. Oh, Pauldrons of the Sky. Yep, let's see here. Oh, the Feathered Cape. We have both of these, actually. We have 2 of these, right? Because we have one in there, and... Oops. Oh, we also have the Gray Damask Cape from Wizard, which we're getting pretty close to unlocking Wizard, also. Gray Damask Cape. Oh, and a Denna, which we are now out of, so we can't do that turn in just yet. Yeah, there's one Feathered Cape. I thought we had 2 of them. Yeah, we do. Okay. Yeah, Feathered Cape. One of those uses an Ozia, which I'm pretty sure we do not have. Because those just refuse to drop for some reason. Dragon Horde. We do have... Oh, we actually have an Ozia. I will come back to that in a minute. We had a couple of quests that were waiting on a Wind Rune Ozia. I will come back to that in a second. The other one... the Mage quest Feathered Cape is a Wind Rune Lena. We have 1,000,000 of those. So, okay. Wind Rune Lena. We'll grab that one. And then we'll look at the quest waiting on an Ozia. Alright, Magus. Have we done the... Oh, do we have an extra Hedda rune? We might. Or maybe not. Mind item. Do we have... I don't think we have... No. We need an extra Hedda. So we've done that. Mask of Empowerment. Golden White Pendant. Oh, we have not gotten the large diamond. Done that. We've done that. Have we done Staff of the Magister already? No, we have not. We have done the large opal though, right? Or the hazy opal. We've done the hazy opal and the Magi staff. Do we have a Jaka? No, we don't have any Jaka runes. Okay. Which quests require Ozia runes though? Bard Flute, don't care. Berserker Shroud of the Sky. Oh, we were kind of waiting on that one actually. That's the... Okay. That's the Berserker quest. The Shillelagh for Druid, don't care. Golden Coffer we already did. Sphinx Heart Amulet for Necro. The Pulsating Ruby, which we don't have. White Gold Earring for Thunder Forged Earring for Ranger. We already did that one. And Stony Amulet for Warrior. We either already did that one. Actually, did we do that one? Or do we still have the item? Stone Amulet. We still have the Stone Amulet in our inventory. Okay. So we have not actually done that turn in yet. We are going to do the Berserker turn in though. So, yeah, we will turn in the other... Ozia grab item. Okay. For the Berserker, which is over here at Stragan the Hewer. And we will turn in the other cloak. Wherever it is. Here we go. There we go. And yeah. We get Raging Strength for... on a 2-minute cooldown. Which, I mean, it's a strength buff. Yeah, it's a shaman strength buff. It's fine. And, yeah, pretty okay shoulder item. So, you know what? We take those. Instance, we got what? Oh, we got 2 minutes on an instance. Okay, we're almost ready. Someone has had all their, banks. Yeah, I mean, if I went back and did a couple of Voxes and Nagaphens, we could absolutely do that. I think my bank is pretty much treasure hunt. We got a few backpacks in here, but it's a lot of... We have a lot of Darkwood trunks, or at least a large box. Lots of Coveralls, Mystic Pouches, lots of treasure hunted. We still have this unfortunate small box over here. We gotta... But yeah, if we were doing Voxes and Nags on cooldown, we would have absolutely filled it by now. Yeah, well, there's the Cudgel of the Fool. Yeah, things that beat Fangol. Cudgel of the Fool, Fiery Avenger, maybe Kildorn. Kildorn is 0.837 versus... Come on. 0.829. Okay, Kildorn just... I mean, at the level of a rounding error, Kildorn beats out Fangol. So they're basically tied. Fangol, for what it's worth, is a lot faster. Has a 120 just straight nuke. has some pretty okay stats on it, I guess. Kildorn has a 75-point life tap, which is cool. Or excuse me, 80-point life tap. A little bit slow, but that's actually good for a hybrid that wants to weave spells. So, yeah, I guess with Cleave, what you really want is something big, fat, and slow. Because it's going to have the same cooldown no matter what your delay is. So just more damage equals more better, right? Because Cleave just has, what, like a 15-second cooldown or whatever? So really, you would want to be cleaving with a Cudgel of the Fool. If at all possible. Again, everybody's quest rewards are better than the Paladins. Yeah, Paladin Sky Quests are crap, storied 11. I mean, Cudgel of the... Well, actually, it works... It doesn't interact with Smite at all, because Smite is not a weapon skill. Smite's actually based on your mana pool. Well, it does a small kind of like bash equivalent melee hit. If the melee hit connects, then it does a spell hit that is based on your mana pool. So, the fact that it does a bajillion damage is irrelevant. Mm-hmm. And I think it's also amusing that Cudgel of the Fool has negative 10 intelligence on it. It actually makes you foolish. I mean, Zerk is still a great third class for the Knights. Or any melee class for that matter. You know, it's actually my default third class. You know, I just want Mez up here in Sky for the sake of crowd control. Because, and slow. Yeah, you've ruined me. Yeah, I've ruined you. Yeah, I've, you mean I've redeemed you? I've turned away from the dark side, you know, by your own terms. Oh, and, Qian Shu Bao dropping that prime sub. Thank you so much. Helping to keep the lights turned on. I appreciate that. Please enjoy your T-posing anteater badge. Wear it with pride. Can't show your face in public now. You've become a filthy, no fun allowed goody two-shoes. Because the only thing paladins hate more than evil is fun. Actually, in my tabletop game or my tabletop D&D campaign that is, you know, very much EverQuest with the serial number filed off. That's actually how I roleplay the Knights of Truth as an organization. You know, I play them as actually very stuffy, stuck up, and aristocratic, and just total no fun allowed. It's Puritan, not a paladin. Actually? Ashy! Come here, baby. Daddy's up here. or you know, which brings us to the the ancient Britannian enigma. What's a paladin? Gorgolosk. You're looking awfully farmable right now. But yeah, in within my campaign's version of Freeport, that hyper puritanism of the Knights of Truth is part of why the general townsfolk were kind of okay with Lucan taking over. Because, like, on one hand, public executions went up like 500%. On the other hand, fun is a lot more legal than it used to be. So, you know, you take the good with the bad. You know, and this is once again why I, offer the daily reminder. Nathaniel's paladins know how to rescue a princess, but Erelysse's paladins know what to do with her afterwards. What did we get? That's the other cleric item that we needed. Okay, cool. We don't, I mean, it's purely for collecting purposes, but I believe that plus because, like, the item it makes is pretty bad if memory serves. I mean, it falls into the category of being an earring with stats, and therefore pretty okay due to lack of competition. Because we have the Aegis of Wind, we have the Pauldrons of Piety, we have the necklace, we have Thurgist. Yeah, so we just need the weapon, the mithril bands off of EOV, and we will be able to unlock Cleric. So that's cool. Are there any other, like, Gorg drops that we need? At this point, we gotta be getting close to just done with Gorgolosk. We've actually had a pretty good Light Woolen Mask. Mask of Song, yeah, we got that. Griffin hide arm guards. Okay, leather cord. Unless that one gets doubled up again. There's a couple of the... That one might, unless that one gets doubled up. Feathered, silver hoop, we just got that. Finely woven cloth cord for inch belt. We might still need that one, actually. Okay, silken strands. Oh, we have that one, we just haven't turned it in, I think. Oh, no, we still need the Gorgon head for the Gorgon head staff, which is actually pretty good because it lets Necros click for Tashawn's Clash, which is always useful. Griffin Talon, we got that one already. Finely crafted amulet. Oh, I think we still need that one also. Show me. Oh, a Hedda based. We needed one of those. Cool. Cool. Yeah, we actually had like at least one quest still just waiting on a Hedda rune. So that's cool. Azarac skin for skin wraps. From Beast Lord. Okay. Oh, yeah, that was for the mage quest. Cool. Is that the... Okay, and then the large diamond from the bees. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, we'll turn in the Staff of Elemental Mastery Air with that. That's cool. Hey, one step closer to the mage epic. I don't think... Do we need anything from KOS, actually? For KOS. I think we might be done with Keeper of Souls. Light woolen mantle. We might actually... I forget if we need that one or not. I don't remember. Gives me a Jester's Mask, we have extras. Shields, we have extras. Druid junk that I don't care about right now. Enchanter, we got that one before. Ceramic Mask. Because we got 3 of those on one kill. Eye Patch, we got that one. Ranger's done. Jester's Mask is done. Stone Amulet is done. Okay, yeah, we're functionally done with the KOS right now, so we can just move right along. I promised to stop bullying Spirok Lord, so we will leave him alone. Also, I am pretty sure we've seen his whole loot table, most of it 10 times over. And Jay on a 5-stream streak. Yep, last day of closed beta. Time flies when you're having fun. Or when you're just, you know, grinding your brains out, trying for drops that may or may not actually exist. Actually, I mean, I know it exists because other people have the item. So. There we go. Pacify. 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 Target the big B. Don't mess it up again. And pull the big B back to the portal. Got a, yeah. Very solid handle on this. And the nice thing is also, as long as you're only fighting the big B, you don't actually need mez. Because you only ever get one mob at a time. Between the big B and the actual boss. see. Anything other news coming? Oh, and another Denna. Excellent. We need more Denna runes. So, yeah, we take those. I know we will absolutely be streaming open beta as well. So, no worries there. You know, we'll just be re-rolling from level 1. And yeah, we gonna be doing something a little goofy for tomorrow, just for funsies. You know, since we've been you know, totally super serial through all of closed beta, and we'll go back to being totally super serial on actual release. Think we'll learn anything new in this beta? Well, we're gonna get more. We're gonna get the other half of the spell upgrade system for one. We're gonna get more class AAs probably towards the end of beta. So you know, there's gonna be more stuff added to the game that's not implemented yet. So we're gonna be learning that stuff as we go. And, you know, who knows what other kinds of random stuff is going to get added. You know, they keep hinting at something behind the barricade in the Sebalisian outpost. Now, are they just goofing on us like Path of Exile fishing? Or are they actually hinting at some sort of content that's coming from that? Who knows? You know, we'll find out when we get there. Maybe it's something. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's Zoidberg. Why not Zoidberg? You all still have Zoidberg. You know, maybe Luxio will make his glorious return, and maybe we'll get to turn in those burning souls. Yeah, or actual disciplines for characters other than rogues, maybe. Although, I mean, stances are basically the new form of disciplines. So, I don't know, maybe that system will kind of get, or the concept of disciplines will kind of get reworked into something a little different. Yeah, and we'll learn, yeah. We'll learn if the hamsters can actually stay on their wheels. If you disconnect in a private instance, You should not lose the instance, because you're allowed to actually leave your instance. Like, if you needed to, like, port back to town or something, you're allowed to do that. Oh, another Ozia rune. Based. Like, if you leave your personal instance, like to go to town and change your classes or something, yeah, you'll come back, you zone into the regular zone, and then over on your difficulty menu, there's an option to join instance, to zone back into your personal instance. So, now if you disconnect for some extended amount of time, I presume eventually the instance closes itself, but don't quote me on that. That's just an assumption. Though, yeah, I assume something like that happens. Otherwise, you know, people would log out in their personal zone or disconnect or fall asleep or whatever, and there'd be, you know, thousands of, you know, personal instances taking up server resources while nobody is actually playing them. It's a 6-hour timeout? Okay. Yeah, so it's pretty generous. Oh, wrong stance. Meant to go to balance stance there, but no, whatever. Yeah, you'd gain 2... Yeah, because you get a charge every hour. So, you'd come back, you can finish your current instance. Yeah, and then just, you know, hop right into another one. Who wants to be away for 6 hours? Exactly. Yeah, bathroom break. What? You don't just have a toilet built into your computer room? You know, if somebody started manufacturing gamer chairs with built-in toilet functionality, you know people would buy them. Oh, we got one of the... All right, we got the bard drop. Okay, that's cool. We haven't seen that one before, so yeah, that's fine. We take those. Would have liked the Bixie sword, but, you know, it is what it is. Because I think it's... Bixie sword blade would have been nice, but, yeah, whatever. I mean, that item just, as far as I'm aware, just is just mythically rare in general. Let's see here. Hey, Pork Rind, good evening. Able to report bugs? Absolutely. Or, it might be like /bug. Is it /bug? Yeah, you know, and you'll also be able to just, you know, there will probably also be like a bugs section on the Discord server for reporting stuff. You've only seen it drop once in your lifetime. I believe it. That's one more time than I've seen it drop. Admittedly, I've probably done the B Island more times in the last week than I have in the rest of my life, but the point stands. Yeah, nobody likes the B Island. Even though once you know how to do it, it's not hard. Yes. 3 p.m. Eastern Time, noon Pacific. Yep. News post just went out like an hour and a half or 2 hours ago, giving us launch time for tomorrow. I will say I will actually kind of miss the closed beta server. I mean, I'll be able to come back to it, you know, as test server in the future, but... And they'll have, well, we'll find out. Yeah, we'll find out if the hamsters are able to stay on their wheels or not. It's anybody's guess. Same crap. Yep, another golden Afridi ring, which we've dropped many times before. All right, let's back to our good friend the EOV. All right, Iovation. We've developed a strong professional relationship. That's what we're gonna call it. Let's part of it, I mean, part of the problem may also just be server specific. If too many people try to pile into one specific server, like if too many people just all pile into Rivervale or something, you know, that might be a problem or whatever. And Jay dropping more gifted subs, 5 more. Thank you so much once again, keeping the lights on. So if anybody wants to keep that hype train powered up, this is a chance to do it. Whether by you know, subbing yourself or gifting subs or dropping down bits on TLPs. Everyone trying to create a character at the same time. Major problem for some reason. Because then you also have like all those people like spawning into the same handful of zones. Sisterhood chastity belt. Yeah, as all like the newbie zones get overloaded. Oh, it actually resisted right through overchannel. Okay. Maybe the oh geez. Maybe the roulette wheel isn't completely dead? Just mostly dead? He came out swinging though, I'll give him that much. Ooh, 2 resists. Alright, he's making me work for it this time. 3 resists. Holy moly. 3 resists through overchannel. Instancing we will help everyone kill rats in Freeport. Yep. 9 to 10 hour quest trying to get into WoW Wrath of Lich King. Oh man, there was a or I think it was during the beginning of Stormblood on 14. There was a particular quest you had to do early in the storyline. That was an instanced fight, and so many people trying to do the instanced fight broke the instancing server. There was an actual queue to be able to create an instance to do that quest. Like, there'd be so many people frequently so many people standing around that the NPC wouldn't even be able to be drawn into the world. It was a complete mess. Yeah, there was like the queue to do that story quest, which was mandatory because you have to do the story, in order just to do anything in 14. And, yeah, I mean, the best thing to do was actually just log out and go do something else. The queue was that long. Because that quest happened like 30 to 45 minutes into the start of the story for the expansion. So you had barely gotten started. Yeah, 14 has lovely graphics. Yeah, combat is extremely boring in that game. So, it's got its... I will say, it does have awesome music. It's got that going for it. And Faltorvo, good evening. As you can see, we're visiting our old friend here. He has some mithril bands that he'd like to give us. Surely this time. I believe in the mithril bands dropping. Nope. Another shimmering pearl for Windstriker. That's like the 4th shimmering pearl we've gotten. Yeah, what time is it right now? Yeah, it's, what? 9. It's almost 10 o'clock already? Are you kidding? Holy cow, where did the day go? How is it almost 10 o'clock already? Good God. How many, I don't think we really need... We don't need any... we did those. We don't really need to do any of that. I think we can just safely just quit the instance. It's 10 p.m., so back to 10 would be 12 hours. 14. Yeah, about 17 hours until showtime. Alright, we got 25 minutes to kill before we can do another run. You know what? We can do open world EOV, or at least attempt it. Oh, we need to recast haste, though. And, probably also, Word of the Divine. 17 hours until open beta. So yeah, anybody who pre-orders the game can start playing open beta tomorrow at 3 p.m. of EQ Legends here. Yep, put on your beta pants. Excuse me, I listen to manly podcasts. I only wear alpha pants. Yeah, I'll be working normal time. Like I'm gonna, you know what? I think if, you know, like Brass knows me, so like I'm pretty sure, like, if somebody actually tried to, like, impersonate me by stealing my name, I'm pretty sure I could talk to Brass and get it fixed. So I don't think I need to log in at 3. I think I can just come home at normal time, patch the game, and lock my name in. Anomander, you know, just, well, you know, from level 1 to 10, you can just play around and respec freely, so, you know, see what you like, or, you know, also consider, whatever you do in beta, it's going to get wiped anyway, so, you know, just go off of vibes and see how it works. It's not like you're going to be stuck with it for the long term. Plus, remember, it's only your main class that gets locked in. Everything else, you can just change freely. So, you know, you only have to pick, like, one class you actually care about. So, pick one class that just feels good in terms of vibes and roleplay aesthetics and everything. And, you know, everything else you can just change on the fly and see what you like. Gonna play some stupid builds no one would play. Yeah, you know, yeah, defy the meta. Just, yeah, go, you know, break the mold. Pal Range Rogue on THJ. That would do, yeah, I'll tell you, like, Paladin Rogue is fun because, you know, Backstab Slay Undead does goofy amounts of damage. It's like, you know, you hit Slay Undead on your Backstab, yeah, the mob is just dead. It's just dead. Oh, Gorg's up, so, you know, maybe other mobs are up. Yeah, I doubt people pay a lot of attention to the open world bosses anymore. Most of your streams in breaking your SK roll. Roll a palette based. See, yeah, you know. Yeah. Someone left a Spirok Lord up for some reason, but you know what? We promised the Spirok Lord we would stop bullying him, so we're gonna keep that promise. Is sister up? She is. EOV is up also. Okay, very good. Ba-bum. Any weirdness? Nope. All right. Open world sister. Oh. Oh, I got stunned right off the bat. Oh, holy moly, yeah. Oh, yeah, she is fast. And she resisted. Oh, she's... Open world sister, yeah, she came out swinging. Holy moly. Oh, because she had celerity on from an enchanter. Oh, and we're getting stunned by her. Oh, we might actually die to that stun. Okay. Ooh. Oh yeah, she doesn't. I don't think she does that in solo instance. Yeah, solo, she's a chump. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you're a Zerker and you're just mashing smite every 7 seconds. Although actually, you know, depends also if you're leveling on just like basic tier 0 zones, or if you're, you know, especially if you're doing like kind of bottom feeding type XP grinds, or if you're trying to push the envelope, and if you're trying to farm like +4 gear at the same time. Is that, yeah, Entomb and Ice is unresistible damage. So, that's a thing. Yeah, oh man, I remember, yeah, just living in bandit armor and, you know, maybe some bronze. It was like row armor was a pipe dream. Maybe scraping some plat together, getting a few like random Mistmore drops or something. And like a Mistmore shield or something. And another gold ring. Rip. Alright, we're going to get back to full mana, because, yeah, open world is actually scarier than, like, noticeably scarier than, follow. Then also give the pet some haste. Yep, good old, yep. And, yep. Fine Steel two-hander. Oh, boy, yeah. Living large. Or, oh, man, I remember getting my first, getting the, was it like the Darkwood shield or whatever? Like the cracked Darkwood shield that drops off of one of the named knolls in High Pass. AC still the route to go? Yup. Yeah, unfortunately, AC is a lot easier due to item boosts here. You know, because basically every +1 will give on an item will give you at least 1 AC, if not more. Although the or more tends to apply more to, like, you know, shields and chest armor at higher tiers to actually get above that, like, minimum threshold. But even, yeah, just getting like 7 or 8 AC built up on your dervish rings, like that, like that's rock solid. You full bronze to start. Ah, amazing. Yup. Massacre. You know, let me go ahead and recast Clarity while we're at it. It's 100 F. It's like overnight here. Ugh. Yeah, it Yeah, it got pretty toasty today. Like, not bad, because, like, I mean, I was wearing a suit all day and I was fine. Yeah, bronze armor in South Row? That sounds possible, or can you get bronze in Unrest, I think, in, like, without going to the Hag Pit, just like the normal main or upper floor of Unrest? I think you can get bronze armor there. Though it might be I don't remember if it's medium size. Oh, you can eat it and your igloo is melting. Rip hoser. Well, look at it this way. You know, if like the at least, you know, if you die of heat stroke, at least you'll never have to watch the Leafs blow it again. It was only 90 today in Vegas. Wow, is it December? All right. Slowed on the first try. That's actually helpful. And yeah, Miss Moore also great for bronze drops as well, for sure. It's getting hot in here, but please keep on your clothes. Wing Spear got one of the gift subs. All very good. Be able to switch difficulties anytime. Yeah, you can swap difficulties basically down here while not in combat once every 5 minutes. And oh look, another Ethereal Emerald for Warrior. Because we didn't have enough of those already. So yeah, once we're pick difficulty. Yeah, now you gotta wait for the actual out of combat timer up here to finish counting down, but yep, then like we could go up to +1, for example. And cool Mojo 10, welcome to the program. SK Bard Wizard, good first trio. For first trio, I would probably run Necro instead of Wizard. So you have actual good life taps that are actually worth casting, unlike the just woefully underpowered SK taps. Otherwise, I think you're going to run into some sustain problems. That being said, though, the ability as like SK Bard Wizard to just blast everything into oblivion with nukes and just kill it before it hits you, totally valid. uh, most people are going to be playing. Do you think? In I figure people will probably I don't know. They might start on 0, just see how it feels, get a feel for the vibe of the game, and then I figure most people are probably going to end up playing a lot on like +1 or +2 because it's just not that much harder than +0. And I think for XP grinding, unless you are majorly overgeared, like you already got to 50, you already loaded up on planar gear, now you're leveling up alternate jobs. I think +2 is kind of the sweet spot for leveling. If you're super overgeared, yeah, just play on +4 and grind motes at the same time. It's fine. Because like 3 is where you start seeing everything being multi-classed, and everything starts having a lot more HP. So, like the extra 20% XP is offset by everything now having double hit points. So, like XP per hour goes down unless you're just mega overgeared and you just power through it. Grouping. I think a lot of people. Well, I know a lot of people are going to be like playing with family and friends and stuff. That'll be a thing. I think a lot of people are probably going to be soloing just because they can. Or they'll find that soloing, generally speaking, is better XP per hour. Grouping is definitely better for grinding drops because you can blast +4 zones much more efficiently. Create instance. We got 8 more minutes. Let's go and let's do an open world +1. Let's go up to +1. Chance of gut grinding this weekend, very high. Yep. Playing with your bro who's going SK Shaman Monk. Oh, very nice. Official. Do we have? Oh yeah, we got 7. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and just recast Word of the Divine. You can true box in this. Any reason to do more than +0 in Plane of Sky? Nope. Because everything is a quest drop, and quest drops always drop at +0. So, extra difficulty is just for fun. Or in the case of open world, cycling through the instances to kill the bosses multiple times consecutively. How's haste looking? 26 minutes, we're good. I don't know what elf and other races. Oh, the only every race is available right now except Karen. The replacement for Vashir has not been implemented yet, but everything else is available. Yep. Now, the race you start with is permanently unlocked for you automatically. If you want to swap races, you will have to unlock the subsequent races, some of which are very easy. Like elves are easy. Dwarves are easy. Erudites are easy. Like Dark Elf, you just buy a truckload of wine and hand it in, and there you go, you're done. Yeah, the race unlock guide, yeah. Alana's race unlock guide, yeah, that tells you everything you need to know. You'll see there that, yeah, elves are easy, and when you unlock either human or wood elf, you get half elf for free. Now, my main trio is actually Paladin, Cleric, Berserker, which I love. Although Enchanter is great also. I use Enchanter here in Plane of Sky because I want Mez and I want Slow. I've also leveled Shaman to 50 and Wizard to 50. I would level a few other classes up, but you know we're gonna run out of time here, so. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, Bard 22, Beast Lord 23, Zerk 50, Druid 22, Magician 22, Monk 22, Necro, never touched it. Ranger 22, Rogue 22, Shadow Knight, never touched it. Shaman 50, Warrior 23, Wizard 50. You want to do difficulty 1 if you can't snare. Alright, so Plane of Sky, nothing runs anymore. That was actually in the last hotfix. Plane of Sky, even on D0, nothing runs at low health. Other zones, yeah, where enemies are prone to running away. Yeah, playing on difficulty 1 or higher is advantageous because enemies do not run at low health on difficulty 1 and above. Let's see, Paladin, well, I mean, it gets good old lay on hands. It gets flaming swords. Gets a permanent haste buff. With Valor of Mar at 44. It gets the ability Smite, which is like a miniature mana burn. Cover. Okay. Hasted Sister has hands like, holy cow. She hits so fast. Holy cow. Even in defensive. Good lord. Like, it's hard to cast spells. She's hitting so fast. Oh, and then her stun goes off, of course. As she is wont to do. We might kill her, you know what, we're gonna actually, we need to invert us. We gotta just dispel her. Oh my god. Open World Sister +1. Actually, kinda no joke. I would normally write Sister off as kind of a non-threat, but I'll tell you, this like her solo mode is just really weak compared to her open world mode. There we go. Got her slowed. We'll go to balance stand. Crap. Come on, there we go. Now she's slowed, so something rebuffed her, but it's fine. Her name tomorrow, so no one steals it. Oh, yeah. I was trying to decide what the guild should even be named. An idea that, you know, and, actually, an idea I had for a guild name was Unreachable Star, which, if anybody can figure out where that came from, you win a cookie. This is how we paladin. I actually have no idea what the paladins are going to be your first two based. Whoa. I need to actually get some damage going. Ugh. Noticing the old-timers are pretty stuffy. I mean, that's old-timers anywhere. Captain Kirk. Welcome to the program. Difficult grindy are class unlocks. Depends on the class. Like, mage sucks. Some of the other ones are not so bad. Like, I unlocked Ranger by accident. On the other hand, there's a mage drop I have not seen yet. And a cleric drop I have not seen yet. Despite even target farming that cleric drop, I have not seen it. And, you know, the people who've been here a while know how long I've been living in Sky at this point. Although, admittedly, in the greater scheme of things, you know what, I've been living here for what, like 4 or 5 days or something? The Paladin only has 4 quests for some reason, but one of the drops for one of those quests is mythically rare. Actually, oh, there's the Sphinx Claw. That's one of the Paladin items. Apparently, Beast needs that also. Okay, well, we'll loot that, I guess. That one's not super common, but it's not terrible. Yeah, the Paladin drop off the Bee Island is beyond mythically rare. Like, it is straight up unicorn tier. Alright, come on. Open world +1 EOV might be scary. I mean, like, not... Like, no joke. This one might actually just murder us. We're getting full mana, full everything. We're gonna take this one very seriously. You know... join a guild name. Oh, and... Oh, somebody just killed the, or either it was pathing around, or somebody just killed the Overseer. Is anybody actually in here? Nope, it's just me. Okay, we gotta go... We need to actually kill the Overseer before we try to kill the Eye, otherwise it will add. Name... Something to do with the impossible dream, because that's what this is. Alright, Faltorvo, you got the reference. Let's see. Oh, and I also missed a, yeah, old, yeah. Oh, yeah, the snare click. Yeah, actually useful for evil clerics. Also, yeah, the haste buff is just a standard haste buff, so it won't stack with other haste spells. But, you know, it stacks with item haste. Yeah, good low-level 1 HS in Najina now. Yep, that is easy to get. Yep, yeah, the, off of the Lost Crusader. Yep, actually, yeah, very good weapon. Can you cast spells while Bard songs are going on? Yeah, because you can set Bard songs as just, like, passive aura-type buffs with Symphonic Aura, so that, they just work automatically. So, yeah, for anybody else who, you know, is, not into show tunes, yeah, the name, yeah, Unreachable Star was a reference to the big, the song, Dream the Impossible Dream from The Man of La Mancha. Which, by the way, the Brian Stokes Mitchell version is objectively the best version. He won a million Tonys for a reason. But yes. Quest? What does that mean, quest? It is the mission of each true knight. His duty. Nay, his privilege. Hello, Hand of Vishan. Oops, I was not in overchannel. Oh, jeez. Please land. Thank you. Oh, jeez. We need to go to defensive for a sec. Get this under control. He was just walking by. Yeah, well, he was, you know, he would have attacked me if I didn't kill him first. So, because admittedly I was going to murder his, or the avatar of his deity. So, you know. Yeah. Hey, Stone Free and Cybergun. Good evening to both of you. I actually thought about maybe actually recording a rendition of The Impossible Dream to set as stream intro music. Canceled your all access, ready for EQL tomorrow? Alright, yeah. Yeah, I haven't had all access in years. There were a couple of times where I resubbed for a month here and there just to kind of putz around. But that's all it was, just putzing around. By the way, how are we doing on slow duration? 2:30, I think we're fine. As long as we can sit and... Yeah, playing a single class just seems dull now. That's kind of how it is after getting accustomed to playing Gestalt in D&D. Going back to playing regular rules. Playing of Nessun Dorna at the end of Sum of All Fears. I haven't had to actually like stance dance a mob in a while. Burned a chrono just to sell off all your remaining chrono. A City of Heroes still exists? Wow. Like an actual like official server or like a private emulated server? Because, yeah, I thought City of Heroes died years ago. Oh, okay. So, it's, so, call it, unofficial, but official adjacent. Yeah, unofficially official. You know what? We got the Warhorn. You know what? I guess we'll grab the Warhorn. Oh, we are out of inventory again? Really? Storage. Deposit all. And the War Club. Do we still need the War Club? I actually need to check. War Club is for... Actually, I think we have, like... Let me actually hit find item real quick. I think I have a War Club already. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. You're free to... We do not have a War Club banked. Okay. Actually, you know, Shimmering Pearl, we don't need extras of those. And the game keeps giving us more. So. Alright, Hand of Vishan +1 was a little scary, actually. It was... I'm willing to bet Open World EOV +1 is going to melt our face. You know what? And that's okay. If it melts our face, I'm actually okay with that. Quest repeatable? Can you redo them and merge them? You sure can. Yep. You know, if you wanted to... You know, that's actually how people get their Cudgel of the Fool up to, like, +8. Because the Cudgel of the Fool is actually pretty easy to get. And to get duplicates of. Because the items you need for it are very common. Yeah, it is not hard at all to get lots of them. Unlike some of these other drops that are just beyond mythically rare. Yeah, also this Brell's Girdle. I am never going to use this again. I'm just going to destroy it. Also, I might actually not need find item. Is it the Sphinx Claw? I probably have another one of those banked already. Yeah, you know what? We can just go ahead and get rid of this. Just so we have some little bit of extra inventory space. All right, let's do it up. Let's really hope slow lands on the first try, or we're gonna have a bad time. Well, there's one resist. All right, second try, we got it. Cool. I'm a little nervous about going out of Mage Hunter. Oof. Yeah, triple proc right there. Like over 2,000 damage instantaneously. Because that's just a thing that happens here. Yeah, because his Soul Devour procs do more damage with each difficulty bump. It's like 25 extra damage per difficulty tier. We got a patch heal, because that was a bad string of hits. Use free PR #1. Get ready to patch. Don't flinch. Golden. Alright. Soulfire click. From 4. Oh. Flinch. Oh. Spell got interrupted, but... Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to have to reslow. Yeah, because those 4-minute slows are amazing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, evasive completely trivializes this fight. Because if an enemy misses a melee swing, it is not able to... oh my god. It's not able to proc combat effects. Because player and NPC procs work very differently. Player procs check actually before the swing even happens. So accuracy is irrelevant. NPCs work backwards, though. NPCs swing first, check their accuracy. Yeah, we're just going to patch heal for insurance, because we don't want to lose that single-digit percentage. Oh, look, another ethereal emerald for like the 8th time. Oh, I mean, let me catch up on chat here. All right, yeah, Pork Rind says good night. All right, good night, Pork Rind. We'll see you tomorrow. And I break out the credit card and get signed up. Yeah. Freeport is... Yep, Freeport it is. Watch Star Trek Voyager. I mean, some of it back in the day. Like, I was never super into Trek. I enjoy me some original series and some next gen. You know, and Voyager was just on TV when I was, like, a teenager. So I watched some of Voyager, but never got... Like, if it was on, I'd watch. I didn't really go, you know, looking for it. Same with DS9. Like, I've only seen a little bit of DS9 because it was just never on at the right time for me. So, by the way, best next gen episode is the one where they're stuck in a time loop playing poker. Froglock monk can be agnostic? I do not know. Yeah, I have no idea, actually. Most Froglocks follow either Inaruk or Nathaniel. Not sure about monks. Yep. Yeah, you can also... Yeah, there is a deity. Yeah, in fact, the one deity unlock quest currently in-game right now is agnostic. And all you have to do is kill Kazakh and Inaruk. So, easy stuff. Obviously, you can't do it until level 46, but as soon as you ding 46, you can do it. Dojorn's up, but I don't care. Actually, I was going to go down to... Dang. Right. Oh, wait. Actually, hold on. That's right. You can... Is this still a thing? You can just run... Land on... Oh, no. Sister Island is above you. Durr. Yeah, you can't drop down to... And, hey, Casey, how's it going? Lurkin. Gore. Yeah, I never really watched the Stargate TV series. Um, I remember seeing the original movie on VHS a million years ago. Um, yeah, actually, back in the day, I just didn't really watch that much television. Uh, Other than like late night stuff on Comedy Central, like The Daily Show and South Park, and a lot of stand up specials. There's the nerf to PR. You basically if you raise PR up to something along the lines of like +8 ish, it gets pretty close to its old stats. Well, the heal value does not scale yet, but it will. So there's that at least. And it is much more cost effective to improve a spell than an item. So getting to +8 is actually not that big a deal. Bring up STV is a species 8472. Tomorrow I will fell 8,472. And EQ is the Borg. And starts tomorrow. Oh, based. Yeah. Um. You need a lot less because you know how like when buffing items like motes work on powers of 2 up to +4, and then motes +5 and beyond just give their rank number in points instead of like powers of 2. Well, on spells it's powers of 2 all the way to 10. So instead of needing like five +5 motes to get to rank 5, you only need 2. 2 6s get you to rank 6, 2 7s get you to rank 7, etc. So, and also spells can be buffed with low tier motes regardless of rank. So, like you can take a stack of, if you had 1,024 +1 motes, you could bump a spell to rank 10. uh. So yeah, spells are much more cost effective than gear to upgrade. Yeah, like the big thing with PR though, I think they actually might have gone a little heavy with that one. I mean, if this, I think that because I think they made the mana cost a little bit much, because it costs 915 mana now, which means when you get it at level 39, it's basically unusable. I mean, unless you're playing on New Game Plus mode with a lot of powered up gear. So, you need to, like, if you want to be able to use the spell at 39, you need to have a stack of motes ready to go to bump it up. Fortunately, you'll probably have some +4s or 5s laying around, or if not, you can go get some. Bump the spell to like level 5 or 6, and it'll become usable. But I think for as hard as it got hit, I think they could allow focus effects to work on it now, and it would still have a very acceptable amount of power. Though I think similarly, they could bump the spell up to like level 48, so that you would need tier 3 focus effects to have full effect on it. And I think that would really help rein it in. Plus, again, for the sheer mana cost of it, it is just prohibitive to use at level 39 unless you buff the crap out of it first. Admittedly, being the definitive cleric spell, it is going to be the #1 recipient of your moat budget for spells. So, you know, presumably anyone playing cleric is going to be buffing the crap out of it anyway. And Gumbercules, Alt F4, thank you for that follow. Welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. A few people hyping Ranger a bit. What they offer besides strike through? I mean, they open up dual wheel. They have a good block chance. Strike through is that good, because it's like 30% strike through or something, which is pretty huge. Their spells are kind of poop, like most hybrid spells. Although Force of Nature or Fury of Nature, whatever it's called, actually pretty good. And as spell upgrades start improving buff potency, it'll only get better. Archery, especially once you get Wind Striker, is actually kind of an interesting playstyle. It's not archery is not a playstyle you would level with on your first playthrough, because you're gonna need, a fair bit of crafting, and you're gonna need one of the mid to late game bows to even think about using it as a playstyle. But it's waiting for you when you get there. Folks just want to do the speed bump challenge. How many plus plus 1 motes? Did you say to get to plus 10? 1,024, because it goes by powers of 2. You need 512 plus 1 motes to get to tier 9, and then another 512 to take it to tier 10. Or 512 tier 2 motes. That works too. Yep. For spells, it's just powers of 2. When do they get block? I think most classes get block around or the classes that get it, I think usually get it around 15 to 25. I think monks get it much earlier. Rangers probably get it at 20 or something. It's around that same area when classes are getting parry and double attack and stuff like that. So. And knights do not get block. So that's a thing. Yep, and you do not need a shield to block, by the way. Yeah, everybody gets the monk version of block that just works. And knights don't get it at all. Despite being, consummate shield users. You do not need paradots for symbol. Symbol is free. Rune still costs components. But symbol is free. And Death Touch is just gone. Gone and not coming back. Zombie 702. Yeah, herd shields aren't that good in this version. Yeah, because Yep, pretty much. You can just reach AC soft cap, and you can mitigate enough damage without a shield that it's just kind of unnecessary. And because shield block is not a thing, the big thing that got added to make shields good is not here. So, actually, you know what? Let's do Gorg. While we're here, let's do Gorg. We'll do Gorg and Bees. Not to be confused with Franks and Beans. Franks and Beans, Franks and Beans. Dread Pirate. Roby Bop. Shield makes sense in the any slot. I like. Oh yeah. Now here's the thing. Shield in the any slot does not give the soft cap bonus. It's just AC. It's regular AC like any other item. Getting hella stunned here. Oh, Gorgon stun sucks. Like, I have a Shield of the Stalwart Seas +7 in one of my any slots. And while I'm on my Pal Claire Ench kit, I also have a Cleric Breastplate in my other any slot. And, zombies, thanks for that follow. Welcome. Glad to have you on board with us. Yeah, shield in the secondary will raise your soft cap, but not in your any slot. Also, by the way, your character sheet will actually show you your soft cap. Like, my soft cap right now is 439, and with current buffs, I'm sitting on 531. Also shows you your evasion AC, which is based on skill caps and evasion. We got another ad. Poop. And we can't mez it, but we can slow it. So we got that going for us. Voomp. Just gathering info. Oh, my pleasure. Yeah, if you got any other questions, now is the time to ask. That's what I'm here for. You're going Monk SK Shaman. Very popular combo, by the way. Very solid. Oh, we're playing this game again where everything is adding all of a sudden. Hey, the Fetch, good evening to you as well. Oh, where's... Oh, there's... Okay. Oh. Four-minute slows are absolutely saving me. Ugh. Yeah, Gorgon stuns are landing way more than I would like right now. Those are very long stuns. Not a fan. Is he with Nighttime Adventures? Okay. You gonna try to get the harpoon tomorrow? I sure will. That's like first thing on the agenda. Seconds. This combo is Ranger, Mage, Enchanter. Okay. That's actually interesting. Very different. Paladin over Shadow Knight. Vibes and aesthetics. Also because, you know, I'd rather rescue the princess than kidnap her. You know, Bonnie Tyler said she was holding out for a hero, not for a supervillain. And, you know, I don't want to disappoint Bonnie. Okay, ditch those. Heart Harpy. Okay, whoop. Mez. Yep, come on. Get mezzed. Alright, Hard Harpy, you're next. Yeah, and Enchanter is such a great quality of life class because you can just, especially while leveling, you get mesmerization at 16. Now you pump it full of motes to make it last much longer and have an even lower mana cost. And yeah, it just trivializes so many scenarios. It was such a great spell by default, and the upgrade system only makes it better. Entertainment value went from top to bottom with that pick. What kind of mobs do motes drop from? All of them. Motes are just global drops from everything in the game. You remember your first Soulfire? Based. Yep. Actually, my pet there is using a Fiery Avenger +5. I'm using a Fiery Avenger +6. He doesn't need to start as an Erudite and level from 6 to 11 in Elfay on Erudite. That's the roughest part of it. Crystalline Cloud, where are you going, buddy? He just ran away and decided he didn't want to live on this planet any longer. Okay, wait. Crystalline Cloud, you get dazzled. We're going to go to defensive for a minute. Spirited Harpy, you get dazzled as well. Alright, Avenging Gazer. You will get slowed. Oh, he actually resisted. Let's go to Overchannel for a sec. There we go. Cool. Easy peasy. And what the challenge sheet? I do not. What was the challenge? Alright, let's do, where is that cloud anyway? Where, I have no idea where that crystalline cloud went, but alright, whatever. I mean, the hard harpies, or the spirited harpies are right here, so it's fine. Yesterday, we picked all of his brackets for open beta. Zones were 6 to 11, 11 to 15. Okay. 11 to 15. 21, 21, 31, 31 to 41. Okay. 41 to 46. Okay. Got Elfay, Runny Eye. If he's got to do running eye, it's a good thing he's got enchanter. Because when you aggro one mob in running eye, you aggro all of them. Okay, that crystalline cloud, where did that crystalline cloud even go? Is that... I have no idea where it went. It just kind of, like, yeeted itself into the Shadow Realm or something. So, yeah, we're just gonna... I think we're just gonna leave it mezzed and, move along. We've got bees to kill. He's gotta do 10 levels in Kedge. Gross. Ugh. I mean, thankfully, fishbone earrings are readily available. At least, so that's a thing. What harpoon am I getting first? Oh, that will be the deep water harpoon from the love of my life, Century Zyron. 18 to 21 Nagina, or 16 to 21 Nagina. 21 to 31 in CT. Can you bug it out here? We're gonna try. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I haven't tried to cheese it in the past. On this server, I've only tried to do it honestly. Zyron's a little glitchy, because she always has been. So we'll find out. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. let's see. Let's see what all did I miss? Let's see. And yeah, you absolutely start gaining AAs right off the bat from level 1. Here we go. Yeah, stay on your keyboard. Yeah, you can't quite see it because it's just below the camera. I actually have an extra keyboard on my desk for my cat to lay on. It's not plugged into anything, so, you know, she can push buttons all day long. How do you plus the Fiery Avenger? Mode it as far as you want, and then, yeah, start repeating the quest. My pet is 39. Make sure we've got 18 minutes on haste. Yeah, we're good for... We're fine for bees. Not the bees! Come on, a little closer. There we go. Right. One pacified bee. Two pacified bees. Three pacified bees. And there we go. And Big Bee coming in. Even... Yep. Anytime you summon a new pet, it just automatically equips the all the stuff in your pet inventory. So it's just ready to rock right out of the gate. It's awesome. Over on your in your inventory, there's the pet tab. So you can see now the as you know, if you have more pet classes equipped, your pet gets access to more gear slots. That's why, like, you know, that's how like a triple pet build works basically. So these two slots that are in red are currently not giving stats. But if I switched back to, like, a mage or something, it would be able to get stats from those. Yeah, you can't... Yeah, you can't give, like, level 1 proc weapons to orc pawns to murder newbies anymore. Sorry. Yep, handing your mage pet. Yeah, summoned gear, one piece at a time. The bad old days. Also now, you can give your pet actually good gear, because the gear will just stay here. The items don't disappear if your pet dies. Or if you accidentally hit your pet leave button. Two Nullhide Lariats. No PGT to complete the classic proc combo. Well, that's... Yeah, I know. Given all the pets' gear, hey, that's a step up from, like, the... early days of Luckland, where your only job was to summon mod rods and drop them at the cleric's feet. Yep, you can just give your pet a cloak of flames. Oh yeah, the mage's other job, to die, get dragged across the zone by a necro, take a 93% res, and then cough the raid to the boss. Cough would not be in the game yet, because cough is like 55, isn't it? In vanilla. You know, cough might not be in game because, simply because you can cough on the same character that can feign death across the zone. So skipping content becomes trivial. I mean, granted, Gather Party is still a thing, but Gather Party has a 6-hour cooldown. And your cooldown gets used up if somebody gathers you to the party. Farming for Runes of Everfont and Cornucopia. Ugh. Yeah. Ooh. You know what I just realized? That somehow I had not noticed until just now. My pet is a warrior. I have a warrior haste belt on hand. Because every pet is a warrior in addition to everything else. I used up most of my motes on spells. I mean, not like it really matters. So. Yeah, we'll replace my pet's runed bolster belt with Belt of the Four Winds. Epic pets in Kunark are, man. Now imagine an epic pet with like a sky haste belt and some other shenanigans. You gave me. Yeah, pet has the warrior sky, but let me think. I have a bunch of other like. I have a bunch of the other warrior equipment as well. Would I give? I don't think I would give the pauldrons because it's only 12 AC and some stuff, and the pet can't use the click. So, yeah. Though, I mean, I could give the pet a Cudgel of the Fool. Oh, wait, I can't, because I'm not a Berserker right now. Never mind. I can't do that just yet. Yeah, Mage Epic pet with, like, warrior epics or something. Yeah, crazy. And maybe some, like, VP gear or something. Can I have a Bixie sword, please? I'll stop bullying you if I can have a Bixie sword, please. Nope. We got the... Oh, we got the crow. Oh! That's the last shaman item we needed, I'm pretty sure. I think we just unlocked shaman. Amulet, bracelet. Oh, wait, we need fairy hide mantle. Still. I'm pretty sure. Let me actually hit find real quick. I don't think we got the fairy... Or maybe we did get the fairy hide mantle. Fairy... Oh, yeah, we got the fairy hide mantle. Yeah, we did. And we got Garduck and the Vermilion Sky Ring. Bracelet of Spears, Amulet of the Fang. Yeah, Warhammer of the Wind. We need an Enna, which we have. We got the Corrosive Venom. And we have a War Club. Yeah, all right. We have now unlocked Shaman once we do the turn in. Cool. All right. We still have clarity. We need haste, though, before we move on. Which means we also need Ward of the Divine. We could probably stand to toss out some cleric buffs. Just in case. Gear upgrades does not increase focuses. Because you upgrade the gear, then you know, the exaltation pops out, and currently you cannot upgrade exaltations. So the focus just is what it is. Yeah, though the yeah, pets, once the rest of the system gets implemented, you know, we're just gonna actually hit Valaromar because I'm being lazy. Yeah, once the rest of the system gets implemented, upgraded spells will produce higher level pets or some other method of buffed pets. So yeah, like Mage Epic Pet wielding, you know. Also, there's the thing, because the Mage Epic is a spell. Well, that's well, I mean, actually, the mechanics of the Mage Epic will probably have to be changed a little bit, because, you know, like technically, actually, I guess it could work, like because the Epic itself is a spell. You could have the tier of the spell summon higher tiers of the item, of the actual orb, which in turn cast higher tier versions of the pet. It would need to probably be specially hard coded for that very specific scenario, or actually more likely, the way it would work is when you finish the quest, you get the weapon, and then you get the spell for the pet. That way, because that way you can put exaltations in the item and use it normally. And then you just also get the spell at the same time, and then the weapon will just do something different. Yeah, like when they added ornamentations, for example, in live, they had to modify, or they had to do a couple of goofy things with Mage Pet and Warrior, or Mage Epic and Warrior Epic. Because remember, the Warrior Epic also has the deal where you have the scabbard to combine the two one-handers into a two-hander and vice versa. Which was a cool idea. Just once augmentations became a thing, it didn't really make sense anymore. Oh, Grubble News. What do we have for Grubble News today? Let's see here. Four Beasts event from July 7th. Okay. Oh, okay. We get a gold brick this time, or I think. Oh, backpack battles are back. Based. Also July 14th for Arcarum side stories. For okay. And summer food fight side story. Okay, the summer food event with Kololu and whatnot. Okay. Bleach collab is a thing, starting on July 22nd. I do not care about Bleach. Origin Wizard looks cool. On July 2nd, be adding Origin Wizard. Okay, well, my body is not ready for that, and I don't want to spend silver shards on it. Evoking Solomonus. Okay, the new thing for that. Okay. Oh, Chippy. 10 Sages Transcendence. Okay. That will become late July. Okay. Oh, Kukuru getting an uncap. All right. Cool. Let's see. Co-op room update. Okay, cool. That's finally getting added. Oh, also automatic full enable full auto setting by default. Okay. Relink Endless Ragnarok. Okay, cool. Uh-huh. Delicious Fatty L. Alright, very good. Yeah, id coming to Rising. Very good. Merch. Angel merch shilling. No surprise there. Grand Blue Fest Extra. Sadly, I'll never get a chance to go to that. Summer stream on August 8th. Okay. Choreograph. Alright, it'll just... Alright. Yeah, the Choreograph will be delayed next month because of the live show. Okay, nothing, not much. Yeah, but mostly stuff we already knew, so it's fine. All right, Undine Spirit, Rimez, Sister of the Spire. Also, yeah, epics could be very different. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Oh. Hmm. Oh, we have another instance charge, though. Okay, we killed enough time. That's good. So we can pop the EOV and then just do a quick... although we do need to, like, auto-bank some items and free up some inventory space. You know, because there was talk of Ghoulbane quest being added in Kunark to accompany, you know, epic quests, because of that, I'm extrapolating that epics will be pretty close to vanilla, if possibly modified for a few specifics. Oh, we actually got a +4 moat in here? Really? Huh. In a tier 0 zone. Huh. Alright. EOV. Let's do it up. Come on, EOV. Just do me this one solid. Just this once. I'd really appreciate it. And yeah, I will be super looking forward to all sorts of new content in Kunark outside of the normal vanilla stuff. let's... Yo! Let's go! There it is. Better late than never. We finally got it. We're free. Like 40-hour farm. Yeah, no kidding. And remember, you actually need to get 2 of those, ultimately. 1 for Cleric, 1 for Beast Lord. So, okay, one thing we have is the Silver Hoop. Let's go grab that. Or we'll do the, actually, Shaman version first. Corrosive Venom, and we need a Wind Rune and a... I know I have plenty of those. Yes, I do. Alright, 1 Wind Rune Enna. Oh, wait, do I also have my the War Club on me still, or did I bank that? I still have it on me, okay. Medicine Man. Plus the War Club. And... where's the Corrosive Venom? Oh, there it is. And Corrosive Venom. Gets us the Warhammer of the Wind for Shaman, which is garbage. But, hey, we unlocked Shaman as a main class. Huzzah. Alrighty. Up to Cleric. Let's see. Alright. The Cleric Silver Hoop requires a Lena. Which I'm pretty sure we have several of. Actually, we might not. Dragonheart. Wind Rune. Oh, we are actually missing a Wind Rune Lena. Okay. We actually can't turn in the earring for Cleric to unlock that. We're missing a Wind Rune. But... Wind Rune Enna, we do have one of those. If we have like any Enna, Freedy. Where's my Freedy standard? There it is. Grab item, a Freedy standard. Okay. Jawson. There's that. There's my mithril bands. Wind Rune Enna. And there it is, the Baton of the Sky. Look at this just bestial weapon. Like, just crazy strong. Friggin' 25 AC on a weapon. Not to mention 3340. Calc. 52 divided by 1.6. Yeah. It's like, not to mention Fiery Avenger is like 32 or 33, 44. Like, yeah, it has a better ratio than Fiery Avenger. You know, let's see. Only 100 kills. I think we actually did about 40 or 50 kills, no exaggeration. Second half of Bleach collab, you also unlock a character who will be announced later. So, yeah, someone other than Ichigo. Probably a Sand, yep. One more to go to get started. So, removing skill jewels, skill shards, and angel weapons from RTB, which is just better. Oh, yeah, let me see what kind of motes we have. Unfortunately, we've blown up a lot of our motes. Yeah, AC jumps by 2 per point. Minor potential. Just parrot plus 2s. Major. Yeah, we'll use. Gets it to 4. Take our. Deposit all. Greater potential. One of those. Merge. Yes. One more. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, there it is at tier 5. So, yeah. So, yeah, at plus 5, it's got a 1.225 ratio. So it's already beating out Fiery Avenger plus 6. Plus it has, 37 AC, 113 mana, 15 strength, 15 stamina, 22 wisdom, compared to 24 strength, 24 wisdom, 16 charisma, and 11 saves. Oh yeah, and it clicks for Blessing of the Lord Commander, which is very very useful. But oh yeah, because we can't put a Soulfire click in it. We also can't put an Earthshaker proc in it. But you know what we can put in it? Let's see here. We can put a McVaxius' Horn of War, sure, as a focus. Rokeel's Channeling Crystal is Incaster secondary only, unfortunately. Where's my... Do I want Dawnfire or Thurgist? We'll go Thurgist. Thurgist, where's my Thurgist star? Find item. Dragon Horde. Thurgist. Grab item. I don't know if I have enough motes to put this up to plus 4 to... Storage. We may have... I might need to... yeah, we actually... Actually, if I pull out both of these... Nope, that only... draw... like 3 of those. Oh, wait. The problem is... Wait, that's... Let me get this out of the bank. Okay. Come on. Why is my, Alright, let's... It was getting a little bit glitched out. No. You know what? We'll leave the Thurgia star in there, I guess. Really? Okay. And we'll, storage. August. You know, we'll take the Dawnfire. We'll just use Dawnfire. There we go. Yeah, I'm not aware of any other like weapon clicks that would go in there. Does that compare to Zerker? Yeah, so yeah, at it's like a hair behind Cudgel of the Fool. Yeah, 49, 40, 37. Yeah, it's so good. Sorry, Fiery Avenger. 6614, 217. Yeah, it's 110 HP. That's about 50 mana. Sadly, it looks like a mod rod. Not the most aesthetic weapon in the world. Eventually, you'll be able to ornament it to look like something other than a mod rod. But it is what it is. Yep. You have some dragon horde. Yeah. Oh, what was the Amulet of Woven Hair? What was this one? This was one of the Bard ones. For the Fey Amulet. With a Windrune Kaza. Okay. Find item, we have one. Okay. Sure, we'll retrieve that. Give this over to Spellsinger, what's his name? Get the Amulet of the Fae. Casts basic healing on a 2-minute cooldown. Alright, well, let's take a quick look at our classes. So let's see here. Bard? We got about halfway there. I think we could actually probably make Denon's Horn. Oh yeah, we actually have we have the Warhorn. Yeah, we have a glowing diamond. We can actually make Denon's Horn. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do that. Dragon's Horn. Horn. What did I do with that Warhorn? I might have auto-banked it. Find item. Also make sure I have more fauna runes as well. Oh yeah, I've got millions of them. Horn. Grab item. And what was it called? The glowing diamond? Yeah, the glowing diamond. Yeah, we can turn this in as well. Yes. And that gives us Denon's Horn of Disaster. Actually, brass 15. Okay, it's a little better than the other brass mods. So that's cool. Still only primary, secondary, though. If it was a range slot, it'd be a great... yeah, we'll go ahead and... Equipment, actually, inventory. Here, we'll actually plug that in there. Make it a little better. Augmentations, toss that in there. Okay. Cool. Then, and then this can go into the Dragon Horde. So anyway, all right. So achievements. Spear of Harmony. Do we actually have the... Oh, no, we have... Oh, yeah, actually... We've, how many War Spears do we have? We have 2 War Spears. Okay. We have a Alright. Yeah, Ifriti War Spear. We can retrieve one of those. Then what's the other one? The Nebulous Diamond. Yeah, the Nebulous Diamond. We can retrieve that. And... Rune Heta. Wait, do we need the Heta runes for anything else? I can't put an ornament there. Yeah. Second collab unit. Rukia, probably. You're going to sync your sleep schedule to wake up noonish tomorrow. Can we see the cleric weapon in use? Yes. Yes, absolutely. That is the plan, actually. Was looking to find, yeah, Heta, Azarac skin. Oh, wait, that was for the Staff of Elemental Mastery. I want to actually do that one instead. We'll grab that. Nebulous Diamond can, auto bank. And can also auto bank. Alright, we need the large opal. It's in here. The hazy opal. Oh, we can turn that in also, I'm pretty sure. We have a Jaka. Opal. Yeah, we're actually going to grab both of these. The large opal is for the crown. Heta. Hazy opal. And... Noquar, thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome. And can you change its appearance? Not yet. The ornamentations are not a thing yet. And yeah, Garlock, I hope so too. We'll see if the hamsters can stay on the wheel. We need the crown, which I'm pretty sure is over here. Yeah, Crown of Elemental Mastery. We'll pull that out. That goes with that set. And the stave. Yeah, the Ginny stave. Goes right there. Hazy opal. And the Magi staff. Goes down there with a Jaka rune. Do I not have any Jaka runes, really? Am I all out of Jaka runes? Is that the problem? Dang. Really? Rune. Alright, I'm just missing. I'm just out of Jaka runes. Okay. Never mind. The Magi staff. Can stay in here a little while longer. But we will turn this in at least. Magus Phrenon. Alright, large opal. Heta rune. Crown of Elemental Mastery. And the Ginny stave. Gets us the Staff of Elemental Mastery Air. Servant. Increases the power of air minions. Actually quite useful. Infinitesimal power. Yeah, one. Urge. Yeah, pull out that exaltation for later. And then that item just will go sit in the Horde until it's time to use it for the Mage Epic in 6 months. See if there's anything else we can... at least 3 resets, server downs, and probably multiple login unavailable. Yeah. Let's see here. Alright, so Bard, we're most of the way there. Beast Lord, unfortunately, we have just not even... Because, like, every Beast Lord item is used for other classes also. And, like, Wind Howl and Spirit Render, their weapon, uses the same component as the Cleric Hammer. Berserker, kind of, we got some of the important stuff there at least. Yeah, Cleric just needs a Wind Rune and Cleric's done. Enchanter was not that close. Mage, I thought I got the white gold pendant. Maybe, oh. And Staff of Elemental Mastery, Air, didn't update yet, but we did get it. Monk. Monk is actually pretty close, though we've never gotten the Fist of the piece for the Fist of Mastery. The eye patch, we do have the drop for that. We could get that if we have the Wind Rune for it. Which actually, do we have that on hand? The eye patch is a Geza. Geza plus the cracked eye patch. Yeah, I think we probably have those. Geza, we have lots of them. Oh, Geza. Oh. And yeah, cracked eye patch. Grab item. Alright, Holwyn. Plus Geza. Here we go. Equals Tonpo's eye patch. Which 0 AC on that thing, so a little bit underwhelming, but Necromancer, we have not really bothered with. Ranger's actually done. Rogue, we're still missing the piece for Thornstinger. And notably. Oh, of Shadow Knight, the other... Because we got the, like, Rusted Pauldrons. That's just another Fauna rune if we have it on hand. Find item. Do we have any more Fauna runes? Ugh, tons. So we'll turn that item in. And, Rusted Pauldrons. There we go. Circus Ebonblade. There you go. And a Wind Rune. And there we go. Yeah. Blood Sky Faceplate. Pretty decent. Let's see here. So, Amulet of the Crimson Ring. Alright, finally crafting an amulet off of Gorg. We just have not dropped that. And Amulet of the Sphinx. Oh, wait, that is the Amulet of the Sphinx Eye. Ring of the Jinni. What is... Crimson Ring of the Jinni is a... Oh, actually takes a KOS drop. Okay. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Letting you keep, for pre-order, yeah. Like, this character will still be here on the permanent test server once test is reopened somewhere down the road. On open beta, I will have to re-roll. Yep. So, yep, I'll be re-rolling. Yeah, Popper, good night to you as well. Yep, we'll see you tomorrow. And, alright, what do we do to test this thing out? Let's see. What do we... Well, for one... Tell you what. Let's see. Do we go to, like, Plane of Fear to hit some undead mobs? Or you know, let's go to Plane of Hate. It's a better zone. Yeah. North Row. We'll go blow up a couple of hate mobs real quick, just for funsies. Also, let's just put these kind of side by side. And the only downside to Baton of the Sky is you can't bash with it. Because it doesn't have the, you know, Fiery Avenger Exaltation. That is the only downside. But, you know what fixes that? Improved bash for the low price of 6 AAs. Oh, wait, who's dinging me? Oh, that. Let me. It's quicker to actually just pull it up from over here. Yeah, where are my? What was I? 6. Oh, that was as an at everyone we have. Public channels. Okay, that's fine. All right. So. Where were we? Right, we were in. Okay. Hey, there's Giggle Mage. Where am I, provoked? To see this wrap in action. Yep. Crash. I have Vishan. You know, the best part is, after actual release, we'll have to do that whole grind all over again. Tomorrow is it's free agent signing day in the NHL. Be watching that while you play. Mean today? Yeah, it is. It is already tomorrow after all. It's so dinky. Mount comes online at level 20 for the low price of 5 AAs. Can we see the cleric weapon? Yep, that's what we're doing. We're going to a plane of hate to do exactly that. Wait, do I still have a... here we go. Oh, let's see here. You know what? Let's do a +4 solo non-respawning version of the zone. This cleric weapon is your new gold based. Yeah. So man, you saw what it took to get. I mean, we did it in what? 5 days? Something like that? 4 or 5 days? So, could be worse. You know, crucially, you know, as a cleric weapon, it has access to cleric-only exaltations like Thurgist and Dawnfire. Which means you could also, as long as you are yourself a cleric, your pet can use it also. Also, yeah, it clicks for Blessing of the Lord Commander, which is a useful spell to be click casting for free because it is very expensive. It has, even at rank 4, I should say, yeah, rank 4, yeah, mana cost is down to 816, which is a little rough. Yeah, 1200 mana. It's one of the most expensive spells in the game. Can you pick which? Yeah. For me, it will be Freeport, which will also be my live or my real server. Yeah, instant cast, Blessing of the Lord Commander, very useful. Also, Dawnfire procs at 40, which is cool. So, all right, here we go. Lots of big, beefy mobs to chew through. Should be able to invert a slow and make it land. Yep, easy peasy. Cleric weapon is a chicken foot. Little bit, yeah. Oh, my HP and mana are almost perfectly balanced. Almost. Oh, yeah, we haven't... Oh, yeah. If you can see, we're actually getting our two-hand blunt skill up right now. So it'll be a minute until we can actually do damage with this thing. Come on. So yeah, Banish Undead hits for 468. Fortunately, you get a skill up pretty much every single round. You can actually see the accuracy stat going up with each skill point. Which is kind of neat. Yeah, friggin' 37 AC on a weapon. Man. Yeah, this is, yeah, like, this is our real endgame weapon right here. Now we want Fiery Avenger also, because it's easier to get, and because, you know, it's something we can use on non-cleric kits. So, you know, having multiple weapons available. Oh, some Lustrous Greaves plus 4. Not bad. Yeah, we'll merge those in. We'll leave the would-be charm pets for later, just in case. Yep, two-handed blunt. Yep. Why does it have a slashing animation? Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, it looks correct. What is my actual 250? Yeah, that's my Now, I have not used a one-hand slashing in a while. Overchannel a slow on this guy. Should land. Yeah, it did. This guy would probably have enough HP to get us a bunch of skill ups. Yeah, everyone loves poking things with a staff. I am actually very happy we were finally able to get this weapon, even if it was on, you know, in the twilight hours of the server. They're down tortured. Yeah, or that, or yeah, or, you know, a chicken foot. Alright, damage is starting to go up nicely now that our skill is becoming less crap. Weapon needs a new skin. Yeah. You need to put a Sword of Sra graphic on it. Sword of Sra / Nature's Defender. Easily my all-time favorite non-particle effect weapon graphic. Yeah, auto merge is so good. Plus, you can auto merge with gear that's sitting in your storage tab over here, which is very handy. If you've got motes to spend, yeah, moting stuff up to 4 and then merging it, and depends also how readily available duplicate items, or duplicate copies of the item in question are. Server is supposed to go down a couple, like 3 hours before open beta starts, but what time is it anyway? It is Dark 34. I don't want to be up too much longer. I do have to get up and go to work tomorrow, as always, since I do not ever get to have days off. Not ever. Oh, here. Also, oh, lustrous russet bracer. Yeah, we'll loot that. Apparently I don't have one of those yet. Alright, we already... I don't know. Okay, well, we'll just sit on those A's. I was gonna see if there's anything, like, really interesting, but there's not. Loathing Lich. And Arthax Unleashed. Bringing the raid. Thank you, thank you. Howdy, howdy. Type and click. Good to see you. Also, type and click. Hitting the follow. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Cleric of Inaruk. You're just getting missed. Also, Odor 31 hitting the follow. Thank you, thank you. Glad to have y'all with us tonight. Still only one character, yeah, for now. And let's see, Hoagie 48, Anasmina, Arthax yourself. Yep, good to have y'all with us. Also, by the way, for everybody who's been with me for a while, we finally got our Cleric Hammer, so we're testing it out right now. After many, many, many kills on the Eye of Ishan. It's just AoE Mez.
あなたとの約束を果たしてみせる
Keiko Canis. Thanks for that follow right there. Let's see. Let's do the Revoltant Rat. Ogie Rat. So yeah, we're still actually skilling up our two-hand blunt. Oh, more ads. Even though we're in the house. Yeah, I think it's very silly that this Baton of the Sky actually has the second best weapon ratio in the game. Very close, very narrowly beaten out by Cudgel of the Sky, which is the Berserker-only Plane of Sky weapon. Or one of the two. Let's see here. Ironghast, I think you can be next. So, we're just playing around with this weapon. Trying it out. Earthax, yep. Got a raid and dash early meeting. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we'll be, we're just doing some Plane of Hate, +4 here to... Yeah, just to play with the new toy. Actually has a higher ratio than Fiery Avenger. And way better stats. Because it has 25 AC on it by default. So at +5 it's up to 37 AC. Just kind of goofy. Doesn't have the 10 save all that a Fiery Avenger has. Oh, there's a Dark Metal Holy Water Sprinkler. I mean, we've gotten several of those before, but sure, I'll add one to the collection. Also, Cleric of Interrook, you can get dazzled. So you can just stay mezzed for like 2 minutes. So yeah, my usual default kit, by the way, is Paladin, Cleric, Berserker. But yeah, I'm running Enchanter right now just for the sake of having Mez. Also wanted to point out the proc on my baton here is from Dawnfire, which is the cleric weapon that drops from Plane of Hate bosses, which is Banish Undead at a plus 54% proc rate. We're smiting for 462 right now. Yeah, we had to... yeah, to get the item from the Eye of Vishan needed to make this weapon. We had to kill Eye of Vishan about 40 or 50 times. We have seen the entire loot table off the Eye of Vishan now, except for the Druid item, which still has not appeared. Yeah, the Druid item is the last item we have not seen from the Eye of Vishan. Yep, without Zerk stance, and also with our skill not maxed out yet. It's only at 199 right now, out of 250. There's 200. Can we actually mez a spike golem if we overchannel it? Yep. Hey, Rungles. Primary class. You have to have that class in your build no matter what until you unlock another? Yes. And yeah, good evening. Yep. Once your primary class is locked in, you will need to have that in your kit at all times until you unlock another main class. Versus your second and third class, you can change freely, as long as you're in town or a newbie zone. And yeah, for as rare as the item from the Eye of Vishan in question is Mithril Bands. Sadly, that same item is also used to make the Beast Lord Plane of Sky weapons. So Beast Lords might be getting the short end of the stick in that regard. What was your idea? Shaman, Zerker, Monk. Yeah, you would need to either unlock one of those classes or you would need to just unlock Gnome. And you start as some other race and just unlock Gnome. Which I'd have to check the race unlock guide. I have not looked at unlocking Gnome yet. So I'm not sure how hard or easy that is. Let's see here. The first part of Series C Black Box is 400 times. Okay, actually, Gnome is pretty easy to unlock. Time consuming because the all right, yeah, you you need amiable with gem choppers to start the quest. Shondo and the tonic is the fastest way to get there if you need faction. Turn in Vasty Deep Ale. Which you can buy in either Ocean of Tears, off the Hyola Nut vendor, or in Eridan. That gives you 10 gem choppers too. Oh, does that actually... untapped potential. Races. No, you need Akanon, Gem Choppers, and Eldritch Collective. Okay, that's the tricky one, I guess. Okay, which is why you need the Series C black boxes, because that gives... Okay. So basically, yeah, you give a bunch of beer to a guy to get amiable with gem choppers. Then, yeah, let's see. You just say new warrior to a guy. He gives you a shiny card. You just give that to a robot in Akanon. And there you go. It's actually very easy. It's just... So yeah. Very easy. Just very, very time consuming. Or tedious, I should say. But Gnome actually very easy to unlock. Here, let me get this straight. You... and... Oh yeah, let's see here. I mean... Hallie Zerk Monk still top tier though. Oh yeah, for sure. Or you know, or Pal Zerk, or Pal Zerk Cleric, Pal Zerk Ench, Pal Zerk Monk. You know, I mean, you know, Pal Monk Cleric, Pal Monk Ench, get any of that. Get this straight. You get the Precious nerfed, and then they nerf PR completely. Yep. USK Necro Subversive. Nah, just see. You know, sometimes being lawful good means, you know, doing what's right. You know, instead of what feels good. Oh, and apparently my pet got murdered. You know what? So wait, how's my, we'll just stick with the regular pet for now. Rever the Oathbreaker. Nah, you gotta see. Well, I mean, I just reject 5th edition outright. But, yeah. Gotta be, stick with the, nice 3rd edition, vanilla, iconic paladin, or maybe, prestige up into Fist of Raziel. Or Knight of the Chalice. Although, sad thing about the Fist of Raziel prestige class, while it's clearly, like, finger quotes, meant for paladin, it's actually strictly better for cleric. Because it gives you full base attack bonus, and 9 out of 10 spell progression. So, and cleric has no class features other than its spellbook and turn undead. And turn undead exists only to be spent for divine feats. So having a lower turning level doesn't matter. 1st edition, yep, that's the true gentleman's edition of the game. Wubba lubba dub dub. Questions. We cannot use clickies to reset GCD. Correct. I'm pretty sure that got fixed. Is refresh GCD always 1.5 second? For spells, yes. Oh, well, usually, not always. Most spells, it's 1.5. There are some outliers, though. Also, when you upgrade spells, when you upgrade them enough, the global cooldown actually decreases. So, like, that's the recovery stat. Like, at tier 4, Pacify gets down to 1.4 seconds from 1.5. So, most spells are usually 1.5 by default. Bounce here at tier 5 gets the recovery down to 1.3. Does Arcane Mastery apply before or after the reduction? It should be multiplicative. Yep, stances and or rather invocations should be multiplicative with upgrades. Because the upgrades actually change the stats of the spell itself before any modifiers are applied. Cool thing also is invocations now also show their modifications on your tooltip. So, using like Dazzle as an example, right now it has a 1.85 cast time. If I hit inversion, the cast time becomes 0.62. Let's see. How do you feel about Arcane? Arcane Mastery is really good. You know, on the builds I've been playing, I don't tend to use it. I'm usually using either Recovery, Inversion, or Overchannel. But especially if I was playing like a double or triple int caster, I would be just living in Arcane Mastery Invocation. Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
あなたとの約束を果たして
And
みせ
thank
る
you for the follow there. Hopefully you're now in slightly less great pain than you were a minute ago. Ah, bounce the malaise back on him. Ah. I think he resisted. No, it worked. It landed. And Wubba Lubba Dub Dub dropping the sub right there. Thank you for that. Please enjoy your T-posing Anteater badge. Wear it with pride. And the Morphling, hello. How important is slow in a boss killing build? I would say. Now, a lot of my early boss kills, I actually did not use slow because my default build is Paladin, Cleric, Zerker, so we don't have slow on that. And I did, like every boss in the game, or at least every boss that matters. Like Kazakh +4, Inaruk +4 before he got nerfed. I mean, hell, I did, Kazakh and Inaruk +4 with just dual class Paladin Cleric, no third class. So. Oh, she also has a chicken foot weapon, I see. So, slow makes the impossible possible. It is the best debuff in the game by far, and it's not even close. Or, slow is the best heal over time spell in the game, and it's not even close. Ooh, 1464 proc on that Banish Undead. Very nice. So you never, finger quotes, need slow. If you have enough gear, or if you can just kill the enemy fast enough to kind of outrun its damage. Yeah, slow is never finger quotes necessary, but boy howdy does it really help. Yeah, Power Claire is so tanky, and also, you've got a big pile of mana. Also, I did that when I had a lot of gear. Basically, best in slot everywhere at about +6 or +7, or I should say, very nearly best in slot. I did not have my Plane of Hate, or I did not have my Plane of Sky haste belt at the time. I do now. But the Spirok Lord is a stingy bastard. And took forever to get that drop. I had like 4 other classes haste belts from Sky before I had the one I was looking for. .221 two-hand blunt. We're getting close to maxing out our blunt skill. Yeah, are there any other innate IVU quick damage I would actually consider just taking quick damage? Charm is awesome, yes. Especially in Plane of Hate, because you can charm Abhorrence, which are rogues, which just delete everything they touch. I swear Courser Tavala has more hit points than Inaruk does. Alright, now she's stuck casting Greater Healing. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh. Yeah, because leveling past about 4 or 5 starts to get very expensive. Yep, there's been, lengthy conversations on the subject about, item upgrade economics. Yeah, Moat Grind is the real end game. That and Fashion Quest. Oh, man. She actually resisted Banish Undead. That's impressive. I mean, she is quite resistant, though, so that's maybe not super surprising. only 3.5 minutes left on Tash. Oh, man. 2 enchanters casting color skew. How feasible is it to keep mobs stun locked in fear? You know, let me... let's see. Color skew. Briefly stunning at 8 creatures up to 55 for 8 seconds. I mean, that actually probably totally doable. There's probably quite a bit of potential for cheese right there. Especially till you upgrade this a fair bit and get the cooldown reduced. Now, if the cooldown even can be reduced, let's actually color skew. Let's just throw some motes on this for funsies. Okay, so yeah, at plus, yeah. So yeah, the cooldown does go down a bit as you upgrade it. It'll probably get to about 9 seconds if you took it all the way to plus 9. So I mean, you can almost I mean, if you ranked it all the way to plus 10, you could almost just perma-stun everything yourself. Just remember, though, color skew does have pushback. That is a thing. Ooh. Yeah, definitely some cheese available. Also remember, every plus mark applied to a spell also gives it a 15-point resist adjust. So at tier 4, this is checking magic at minus 60. You know, making it much easier to actually land consistently. And plus, you can always use things like Overchannel to increase the resist check even more. Or, you know, use Arcane Mastery to knock the cooldown down. And pull off his own color skew, stun lock. Yeah, for now, color skew here will only hit 8 enemies. You know, only 8. Oh, the good old days of pulling all of Plane of Innovation in one big loop. Although, hey, anybody out there ever actually grind XP inside the Plane of Innovation factory? That place was amazing XP. Oh. Oh, man. Yep, great XP. Yep. Those big robots in there were so good. They were kind of nasty for their level, too. At least for, like, freshly minted characters that had just gotten up to that expansion. Ooh. Oh, what time is it? Oh, it's a little after 1 a.m. $235. We're slowly but surely getting our weapon skill maxed. You should be able to. I'm not even sure if those items are actually still even deity restricted. Would actually be interesting to see. I mean, if the deity restriction is still there, as long as you maintain that deity, you'll still be able to use the click. Oh, no. $36. Still gotta walk my doge before the end of the night. So can't quite go to bed yet. Or even after I'm done here, can't quite go to bed. It isn't so relevant, but, you know, snare is always handy. You know, it's the sort of thing that never stops being useful. Kind of like the Vermilion Sky Ring. Shaman having access to instant cast Feign Death? Yes, please. Does overchannel? I think so. Wand of Swiftness. 4 charges of Swift like Wind. Not that interesting. But more Ethereal Mist Vambraces, sure. Even though we don't actually use those. And we use the Valorium instead. You know if Shaman FD clicky from... Yeah, actually. As with pretty much all items, there are no charges on it, just a cooldown. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, the Vermilion Sky Ring. Right here. You can see, yep. There's Feign Death. Instant cast. 5-minute cooldown. No charges. Just a cooldown. Which is how most items, how most clickies in the game work now. At least most equipable clickies. You know, there's the consumable rods that, you know, for the various casters that drop here in Plane of Hate. They're still just consumables. But stuff like this, like all the sky clickies, just, yep, no need to carry mana batteries around. Yep. Yeah, this thing is amazing. So, your hit points, mana, and endurance all work off the same principle. Whatever your current class and stats are, each of these 3 resources will use your 2 best classes. So, for example, I have way more wisdom at 312 than I have intelligence at 195. So even though Paladin gets less mana than Enchanter, I have so much more wisdom that Paladin is ultimately granting more mana. So I'm getting mana from Cleric and Paladin. If Intelligence was basically even with Wisdom, then I'd be running off the combined Cleric Enchanter mana pool, because that would be the better of the 3. What was that camp for a really good Cleric and maybe Paladin shield? You mean the Aegis of Life? Which requires camping Lord Grimrot in South Karana? By the way, he did have his spawn rate buffed by some amount. It's not 100%, but he's apparently less mythically rare than he used to be. And yeah, Aegis of Life is very good, and you can probably get it in the high 20s. It's extremely... And you can equip it on your back slot. It is incredibly good for its level. For just pure AC. And a big pile of save disease is useful for resisting slow. So there's that. Oh, no, wait, never mind. All slows in the game are still magic-based. Never mind. Even though they have disease counters. And remember, with Lord Grimrot, you need to kill his to get the shield. You need to kill his live version and his undead version. So you got to basically camp him twice in a row, and hope you get the two different versions. Because you need his rotten heart that drops off his undead version, and his scythe that drops off his live version. Yep, dad camp activated. I have 244 two-hand blunt. In fact, we are actually, well, we have 244 right now. Skill cap is 250. Yeah, paladin weapons are all 250. So I think in this case they are all the same. I think most classes are just, or most fighter types are 250 across the board, other than unarmed. Or hand-to-hand. Yeah, hand-to-hand is, for me, is capped at 195. Oh, my pleasure, Primordial. By the way, I'm going to be playing on Freeport starting tomorrow. So, that'll be a thing. Ooh, nice baddie over here with her ass hanging out of her pants. Yeah. I can fix her. Yeah, and I was saying before, yeah, the fact that a cleric weapon has the second highest ratio in the game, and almost the best, and the fact that it probably has the best combination of ratio and stats. Because, like, Cudgel of the Fool is a slightly better ratio, but has none of the stats that the baton has. Like, I would actually go so far as to say that this is just the best two-handed weapon in the game currently. Which is weird, because it's cleric only. But, I mean, it's from that era when it assumed that, you know, the cleric is not going to actually hit people with its weapon. What drops the russet gear? Just everything in fear and hate. What's the rough impact on your endurance pool with Int Wiz Monk versus Wiz Monk War? Yeah, having two actual combat classes will like increase your endurance by probably 50%. Higher tier hate mobs have not revamped. At least I don't think any of it's revamped. I think it's all I think it's all just hate 1.0. Yeah, the Velium rune, which doesn't do anything right now because research doesn't exist. That's one of those just out-of-era items that's not supposed to be dropping. Oh, 249 blunt skill. And 250. There we go. We finally capped our skill. Since this is the first time we've used a two-hand blunt weapon in, like, 40 levels. So let's go kill, like, let's go. Alright, let's kill this guy. And then we'll, I think I need to go to bed after that. see. Anybody worth raiding? Quatos. Yeah, I think we'll raid him after this mob dies. We'll we'll just origin back, kind of wind this down. Also, yeah, reminder, all the that VODs are up on the YouTube channel, as well as whatever other random stuff I toss up there. So let's go ahead and origin. Oh, besides, we just hit a nice clean 15 AAs. That gets us to 436. Not bad. Whew. Yeah, that was a good session there. Looking forward to getting to do it all over again starting tomorrow, though. Yeah, so hang tight here. We're gonna get a raid revved up in just a minute. So yeah, there's the chicken foot will be sick in berserk stance. Yeah, it will. By the way, there's the YouTube channel. You can check that out at your leisure. Otherwise, thanks for tuning in, everybody here in chat, everybody out in VOD land. Like I said, I will be starting on Freeport tomorrow. We're gonna do something a little different. I mean, we're gonna be playing a paladin, of course, but beyond that, it's gonna be a little different than maybe what y'all expect. So we'll, tune in for that tomorrow at around the usual time of around 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern time, depending on when I finish work. Otherwise, though, my name is Tim. That is it for me for tonight. So we're gonna rev up the raid here, and we'll see you back tomorrow.